Okay. Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Preserving my energy, don't you belittle me. No, this ain't symmetry. I'm in the field, I'm in the lead. Gassed up and you running on E. Rock tall cause you standing on stilts. Elevated cause the rock that I'm on. Celebrated cause it's up and we gone. Out of here, reach a new level, that stratosphere. I'm not a star, raising a bar. Light on me cause the sun with me. Fork down and the bros with me. I achieve cause the chief with me. Haters mad cause I move swift. Stay humble, I won't lose grip. I bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Alley hoop, how we came up. Starting 5, we ain't change up. Back to back to back teams. Championship rings. Ayy, beast in the east. 305, how I'm bringing the heat. 4-0, that's what we callin' the sweep. Dominating, never smelling defeat. Ha, hey, shot clock, no I grab the assist. Show 'em why I'm top 5 in the pick. Break right, then I shake left. Cooking up, but I ain't Steph. Whole team going harder to paint. Going off as one of the greats. On fire, yeah, we raising the stakes. Yeah, bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. I got the green light. I got the green light. I got the green light.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
Today, one team could clinch a playoff spot and 3 others are fighting just to stay alive. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Smoothie Bar at the Riot Games Arena. Also, your ears are not deceiving you. I am, in fact, in the host chair. I'm Ender, here on the couch with Athena, Dryad, and the disturbing images of Mimi and Golden Boy, both of whom I had to slay in hand-to-hand combat just to sit in this chair.
Oh, wow.
Who'd you slay to sit down?
No one, but
No
I
one?
like that our host has a lot of hair.
Hey, you know what?
That's crazy.
And neither of them actually have hair on the pillows.
Isn't even here.
And that's why he can't
What do you
defend
mean? He's
himself.
right there.
Oh.
He's right there with
right
us.
there.
He lives on in our hearts. But look, enough of this, because we have some big things to look at in this week. Our current standings in particular, because this is the turning point. Week 3 in the season. Importantly, no team can yet be statistically eliminated, but Lev, MIBR, Crew, and FURIA could all clinch playoffs with a win this weekend. We are also moving over into patch 12.07, and nothing crazy has really happened on that. Shotguns still work, according to sources.
Dang it.
NRG
Yeah.
is really happy about that.
NRG, yeah, Mata is all smiles. But coming up later today, we've got Leviatán taking on Envy, and later G2 versus Loud. Dan, you excited for the G2 Loud coming in later?
Oh, I am so excited. I am so excited, and you're not ready for it.
We're not ready for it.
I feel
Okay.
like she's planning something.
It does certainly feel like she's planning something,
Quite
but that's
suspicious.
all right. We'll get to it later. First, the important things. 2 weeks of great competition have gone by, but there is something missing. And I know you're thinking it. No, it's not G2 getting a win. It's actually Fracture. The classic map finally came back into the pool, but nobody has been playing it. Everyone's scared.
Please.
So I want to hear pitches from both of you. Quick pitches.
Okay.
Keep it brief.
I'm down.
Athena, why should teams be going for the Fracture?
All right, listen up. If you want to play Fracture, you like these duelist comps, these double duelist comps, guess what? You can go fast. If you want to go fast, you play a map like Fracture. The map pressure, it's so quick, it's so fun, and you can get so many things
All right,
done.
let's keep it going. 5 seconds here.
Because Fracture, you gotta ping pong, you gotta get those double duelists, getting information, zooming, go quick back and forth, especially because
Okay,
it's
that's
such a
time.
fast
That's time.
rotation map, and it's
So
really fun.
really, just double duelist is the pitch from you. That's the big one.
And it's a fun map.
And it's a fun map. Dan, what you got?
Hear me out. I hear texts. I hear some of these Sentinels players saying they're a little tired of Vi. Sometimes they don't have the impact that they want. You know what map they can have impact? It is this map of Fracture. They're playing a little 4-1s on the attack side. That is your time to shine. On the defense, it is your dream
10
to be
more
anchoring
seconds.
every single time. And on top of that, you can play Reyna the way that I do.
Go, 5,
So there's so many
4,
possibilities in
3,
this map. It is one of my
2.
favorites, and Reyna is the greatest thing you can do in the game.
I really liked the original pitch of double duelist. That's exciting. But then you just had to go out there and bring up Reyna. Why?
I can't wait for them to bring it up. That's what I'm saying.
It's
Who's
just not going to happen. But we would really like to see Fracture. We don't want to go another weekend without getting it. So
Don't show me
it's
Reyna.
time to put out a little bribe for our teams. If you are a pro team and you pick Fracture, we get to see it. We are going to throw you a pizza party. Yes, you heard it right. Your favorite thing to do as an elementary school student, pizza right here when you're done with the match. You'll get to enjoy it in our
That
pleasant
sounds fun.
company.
And like there'll be a bunch of kids screaming.
Yeah, that's what the kids in the background you heard. They're also
Okay.
really
Wait for
hyped for the pizza.
the
Yeah.
I love a pizza party.
We love a pizza party, and we also love our first match of the day. We're going to start that one off with a side selection skirmish, a 1v1 between Rossi and Neon. And Athena, you were telling me that Rossi was yapping up a storm last week.
Oh yeah, last week he was talking after every single round.
Oh,
See,
many
here we
you
go.
win? How
I'm
many you
talking over
he
everyone.
loves talking.
2-0.
He's just like
2-0?
us.
2-0.
I won not
Wait,
the
Neon's
only.
2-0 in skirmish?
Okay. Go
But
easy on me,
Neon
okay.
doesn't actually affect what you're doing in
will
the
try.
skirmish, right?
No.
There can't be anything. Starting off a little op
Oh,
action.
you're opping?
Oh,
We thought
Oh.
we said no op.
that's not possible,
Oh,
Oh.
hell nah.
bro. I'm angry.
All right, Rossi needs to lock in. Get revenge against the op.
That's so funny. Oh,
There's no way we're going back to back. He's
Oh
in
my
his
God.
head.
Honestly, Neon is trying to win,
Can
and I
I FF?
respect it.
Get FF is crazy. Dude, they should just do judge gaming.
Wait, did he actually leave? No. I mean, they're playing out a 5th round, but oh my word. 4-0 to start it off is brutal up against the up. It's nice to see Rossi get something.
He's just
Dude,
laying back.
Yeah,
This is
leaning back in
me
his
when
chair.
I'm losing like 5 rounds in a
back.
row. I'm just
Come back, come back.
Come back, maybe.
Yeah.
laying back.
Oh my.
Wow, Rossi going for the
That's
judge.
criminal.
Go.
Judge
I mean, that's
gaming?
one way of beating the op, I guess.
Dude,
Yeah, just like
Lucky,
I was
actually.
joking when I said that, but oh my god.
Somehow Rossi's making a go at this one. Only down by 1. But that'll be it with Neon getting the last kill. So Lev get priority there in terms of side selection. And, well, frankly, we've been seeing a new Leviatán in Stage 1. And that's why I want to let Wyatt break it down. He's not here right now, but he's hanging out in another room with a telestrator to demonstrate their evolution.
Leviatán are looking like a completely different team from kickoff into Stage 1. They used to be monotonous, slow, and now they're introducing some really fast rounds. This was a loss in kickoff that they suffered 0-2 to C9. Now, if you look right now, we're down to 40 seconds. Lev won the pistol. This is their bonus round. First, I just want to take a look at the mini-map. Look at how the duelists here are separated. Neon is really slow in showers playing with the Outlaw, and the Waylay, who has a gun that needs to be the entry, is lurking outside of B. Blows has used both of the Prowlers, and yet they have no map control. So Cloud9 are able to pivot 2 players into showers as Lev are gonna go for this A execute. Neon can't get through, can't do much of anything. The rest of the team want to get down short. You can see that this haunt is used close, which isn't bad, except the Lev players are already past the wall. So in an opportunity where they could have maybe just spammed Oxy through it, he gets a 1v1. They're able to go 1-for-1. And then from this moment on, you're gonna see on the mini-map that over here on this side with this lurking Waylay, Sato's just gonna go down, no help to the team. King feels like he now needs to be a hero, but there's no util to supplement a backside push, and he dies alone. It's disjointed, and the prior moments in that round were just so slow and wasteful of util. Now look at the difference when they're running this flash comp with the Phoenix, with the Sky now, and they have the Neon. Lev have taken more space in showers like they didn't in that previous round. They get the orb for Sato, and from here, they're going to pivot into this A-side hit, much like that last bonus round, but in Stage 1, they're gonna look way better. Now in this moment, also, juxtaposed to last time, look at this. Dog clears through shower. They know that C9 are not playing there anymore. They're pushing down short. That wall was really bad, but it literally doesn't even matter because on this backside push, you're gonna see there's Sato throwing the flash on the pause, relay bolt coming through as well. Look at that pressure onto Jogamo. And that allows Spike to get into backside. A second flash comes through onto Trent, and then you just have Valorant isolated here in Lamps. There's so much util for that backside push. Remember when King was there before and had nothing to help him? And now just look at a quick fast round. This is the kind of thing that New Lev are introducing. This Molly lineup is gonna go cross map into elbow over there. And the pace that they play at up in this long hit is beautiful. They go right through the cloud, doesn't matter. Leaf is pressured. The ult comes down. So there's a molly right here in elbow, and then that ult is going to just destroy G2. Baby Bay not expecting that pace, caught in the open, and then Leaf runs into the elbow molly because he has to dodge away from the ult. And it's just a free round for Lev. They're in the site 20 seconds, not even 20 seconds into the round, and they're able to win it out because they now have the ability to play fast like that. They are such a more dynamic team at the moment, and the couch is gonna break down a little bit more as to why they're so successful.
Yeah, Leviatán will need to continue on that improvement because a win today means they qualify for the Stage 1 playoffs. And if they play anything like you just saw there versus G2, Athena, that's looking very doable.
I mean, they looked so good, right? It feels like they have their identity kind of super solidified. And the way that they've been playing, especially in this past G2 game, has been super good. They look like they know how to default really well. They know what the roles are specifically. And of course, you have the setup from these 2 players of Sato and Spike on the the double duelists just going crazy. And I feel like when I'm looking at this roster, I haven't seen a weak link at all. It feels like every single player is just doing their job.
It has been really fun, especially when we compare week 1 to week 2. In week 1, you saw a lot of the fast pace, a massive contrast to what it was in kickoff. But going into second week, we saw a little bit more variety when they had to slow it down, when they had to try to get that information on where G2 was going to be playing. They were able to do that early on, and they have been really impressive because of Spike, because of this massive change when it comes to the roles, where they have so many players that can play the duelist, but Spike seems to be playing the Neon the best. And not only that, but he's also supported by Sato. You just have a team that is set up for success from the beginning of that round to the very end in how they want to play those posts.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Spike can play the faster style or versus G2 trying to slow it down in some rounds. Is that slower style something, Athena, you think might continue with Leviatán?
I think it's definitely a good thing to have those defaults down. I think against a team like G2, it makes sense, right? Because G2, they're so slow, they have the Vice, you need to bait out a lot of that util. But I think against other teams, especially with a team like Envy today, speeding up is definitely a good thing. It is their strong point. They have so much more success when I see them just full sending it, executing, and just playing really well. So I think having it there is a good thing, but I definitely want to see a little bit more fast stuff.
Hey, we might get that. Let's go ahead and check in with Spike. So he caught up with him ahead of today's match.
Guys, Latam has taken over Group Alpha, and Lev is all the way on top, sitting 2-0 with a massive map differential as well. Do you feel any pressure or perhaps extra motivation to maintain this invincible South American streak and narrative?
Eu acho que não tem pressão nenhuma, porque eu acho que não subestimando eles, mas eles têm muita mira, então a gente tem que entrar bem calmo dentro do jogo e esperamos o 3-0 na fase de grupos para a gente garantir os playoffs. Então acho que é uma motivação sim, mas acho que pressão não.
Yeah, I don't think it's pressure. It's more like a motivational, like you said. You know, of course we recognize them as great players. They have a lot of aim, but we want to secure the 3-0 in the phase of group. So we're gonna go for it.
Right, can't wait to see you in action.
That was impressive.
That was sick.
That was, I had a whole thing planned. Doesn't even matter. Yo, Damio, come on. Yo, let's go. There we go.
That was
it's
really
nice.
nerve-wracking.
Now, it's annoying enough to have to deal with Spike on the Neon, but Leviatán also has Sato, and Dryad, his Phoenix was excellent.
It was amazing. Again, massive contrast to what we saw in kickoff, and also back to the aggressive Sato that we used to see last year. The reason why everybody was talking about him with this double duelist, he's able to shine by himself, but also set up the team with the flashes and with the way that they want to use the wall. Wyatt was talking about it early on. Sometimes the way that they're trying to take backside, the way that they're trying to take more space for the post plans, and little things like that, where Sato is often alive and setting them up for success. I don't know what was going on there. What was he jumping?
Jumping for joy.
I get it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you play that well on the Phoenix, you can do anything you want on stage, right?
Yeah, I think he's just done such a phenomenal job playing on that Phoenix. The way that he's constantly supporting Spike too, it just feels like this role makes a lot of sense. And he's been there as a hype merchant. We saw that on the screen. He's so active with his comms, with the way that he plays. You can see the thumbs up there for Phoenix. And really, he did so well. I think his walls were really good. His util was insane. It felt like his mollies always had purpose for executes, and he always used his flashes really well on the defensive side as well, just to play aggro, to make a lot of those trap plays, and that's where I saw him shine.
Yeah, it was very good for them, but we're going to have to move on to Envy now, who had a rough Stage 1 debut, but against Cloud9, they turned it around, and so much of that, Dryad, was off the back of Demon and Kesnet.
It was really impressive, and for Cloud9, they talked about it a little bit in the podcast, but you see it as well going into this matchup, how confident Demon 1 and Kesnet were, taking a lot of space, getting really aggressive, getting those openings, and that is what we know Kesnet and Demon 1 for. This is not a team that you expect to have the most organized default, the slow setups. This is a team that is just going to run down and get those kills, and that is how they got the win against Cloud9 and how they can continue to get the wins throughout the stage.
I think it also carries on onto their defense side too, too, right? Demon 1 on that chamber. He's so good at holding it down on that weak side, getting a lot of those multi-kills and just being able to be there while Kesnet is on the other side of the map, taking that aggression, being super, super assertive. And I think this duo just works really well. Even if they're not playing together the whole time, they're still doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, you know, I am happy to see Demon 1 just locking in the chamber and the jet, like,
That's
back
what
to
we're
the roots
going
on
back.
that. It's ironic, too, because playing against C9, that was what Imi had when he was having Demon 1 sub into the roster, just throw him on those agents, and Demon 1 is just going to be able to take over games.
Has been incredible, and it's something that you're mentioning with the defense. He's so good at anchoring those sides with the chamber. Compared to some of the rounds where they had to play the retake, that's when things get messy because of that, because maybe they don't have that coordination that other teams have exactly in how the utility is going to go out for them to retake, but they don't need to worry about that. They're fine.
They're totally fine. Now, I think we want to get a little bit more of an inside scoop, so let's send it back to Zoe and check in with Rossi.
Rossi, you guys found your footing last week sporting the double duelist and chamber comms. A very similar look that what we've seen from Leviathan. Do you expect to see a mirror today? And if so, what will give your team the edge?
We should expect similar comps. Honestly, thinking about it hard last night, Leviathan's a really good team, but I think the only reason we have the edge is because we have the national head coach, Woken, and I think that was going to be the difference for today. The rightfully deserved coach of Chile.
All right, well, proof's in the pudding. Can't wait to see what you have in store for us.
Well, we'll see how things go for Envy in this game. I think I would love to highlight Eggster, who I think the community had been highlighting for a while, especially after that tough week 1. But with him pivoting to the Phoenix, Athena, he was looking great.
I think he was having a little bit of identity crisis that first week, but Phoenix just makes so much sense for him, and so does Omen. It fits into his playstyle, being able to support the team, but still able to have that aggressive playstyle, have the mobility on a agent like Omen, to TP away after being in tough positions, but also on Phoenix being able to support. It's almost like he's just playing a little bit less of a mobile Yoru and able to just flash in, support the rest of his team. I think we really saw him step up, and I'm really happy to see Extra finally find his spot on this team.
It is really cool, especially because I saw week 1, he was playing 3 different agents, and I saw the Omen, I'm like, okay, if they're going to play, I guess the Omen makes sense, if they're going to have him on controller. But then I saw the Phoenix, I'm like, wait, this is exactly what they should have been playing the whole time. This is the way that he was playing with the Yoru, and sure, he cannot TP out, he cannot be playing by himself as much as he used to, but he's setting up the team and getting those openings just the same.
And you can tell the roster is just super comfortable with it too. Like the whole playstyle of everyone has just gone back to how it felt like we were watching them when there was that Yoru. They were so able to be free, to be fluid, to be aggressive, and that's really where Envy tend to shine.
Yeah, because it's a big learning curve, right? When you play the same agent for so long, that means a lot of the same comps. They've now sort of settled into something that might be the secret sauce for them, but we'll see how much you two believe in Envy. Let's go ahead and throw up the predictions for today's matches, starting with where are my Envy believers? They're not here, Dan.
Oh, wait, I thought I put Envy. What's going on? Yo, production.
Kurt,
are we gonna?
You're just gonna throw them under the bus like that?
No, it's okay. You know, if Envy wins, I put Envy, and if Lev wins, I mean, you're seeing it right there.
Whoa, is that how it works?
I can't lose,
dude. This is actually crazy.
Now, my question is: you were the only person in the entire day that had one different prediction, Loud, coming in. So you could definitely lose the Loud prediction.
That is not going to happen.
I
don't know. You guys are so wrong. You guys are so wrong, and you're going to find out soon why.
I feel like she's gonna beat us up.
I've been thinking about it.
It does feel like it. Now, okay,
and I will.
Okay.
You specifically.
Why me? What's happening?
Look, I don't know if you can take me. I already told you. I took down both GB and Mimi one-on-one.
I don't think so. I don't think that happened.
You think that's a lie?
Dude, I
think
we
got
wanted
the tape
this chair,
somewhere, I'm sure.
Okay.
Production will help me out eventually and find that tape. But Dan, tell me why you're seemingly flip-flopping to support Envy. What is it that you see in them that we don't?
Right. I see a lot of things. Merch. And a few others.
What is this, bribery?
No, but I do seriously think that there is a chance. Just in the same way that there was a chance with Cloud9 that they ended up winning. It comes down to how messy they're able to get things, to get those individual 1v1s, to get those duels. Kesnet was so good at finding openings in that series versus Cloud9. And if you see Lev starting a little bit slower, the possibility is there. They can...
There's a possibility.
I actually will say that's a little bit true. Against G2, they were a little bit slower than I thought they would be. But I still think Lev They're going to lock in. They have the firepower. They have the double duelist meta to zoom. Whoa, it's been updated.
We flipped it. Okay.
I like that we have both of the pictures so I can use it
Yeah.
depending on who wins.
Okay.
This is great.
Okay. You know,
This is
there
exactly what I want.
something? Is there some
strat?
secret sauce here with Rossi facing off against his former team on the other side?
Oh, 100%. He already won against one of his previous teams in Cloud9,
True.
and now he got the next one. He got Lev.
And he's IGLing.
And he's IGLing?
He knows the secrets.
I mean, this is his to win. I mean, maybe you've sold me. Maybe she hasn't. I'm not quite so sure. Leviathan and Envy are ready to face off, and we'll have Riv and Vansili on the mic in just a few moments. VCT Americas starts right now.
Lev's strengths, I would say they're really good at opping. They're going to be opping a lot.
El medio esta vez va a tener su venganza, Neo, mejor dicho.
And as far as Leviathan's weakness, I would say the roster. We just have the better roster than them.
Demon 1 delivers. With the smoke blocking his vision, he has to activate. Now he has to activate quickly. Oh my God, he's done it!
Eu acho que essa partida, eu acho que vai estar mais pra gente. O Extra não estava muito confortável, meio que eles não estavam se conectando muito bem com os outros.
Exter is insane. Like I said, let him get used to the role. He's here to show you guys that he can play at tier 1.
An Exter out from heaven. Look at that. It'll be 2 kills for them, but 4 for Exter and a very swift round.
Esse Stage 1 a gente tá vindo muito mais forte do que antes e continue acompanhando a gente. Um beijo pra vocês.
Thank you to all the Envy fans. Hey guys, we're going to give you a banger and we're going to keep riding this momentum for the season.
We are back here at VCT Americas, and it is about to be a banger. Lev versus Envy. Lev looking to get themselves into playoffs with a good win here, but Envy, they're going to look to put their foot in that door and say not just yet.
They're definitely looking to stay alive pretty much for Envy at this point. I mean, they had a really nice win against Cloud9. Not the best of starts, though, if you're looking into the series, but thankfully they bounced it back in that second and third map to be able to take that series over. So for them, continuing a super important stage with all these changes that came through with the roster last minute. New IGLing coming in as well, going into stage 1. That responsibility given to Rossi, and Rossi trying to call it right for this whole team and making sure that they could squeak it through against Leviathan. A tough game up ahead, should I say, for Envy, though.
Yeah, he has said himself, you know, when it's not going well, on Split especially in his interview, it kind of fell on him. Stunner has been saying when the team's jittery, that's on preparation. And preparation is on Stunner. So they are looking at where those little hits that they can't follow up on are coming from and already trying to sort them out, because you're going to have to against Lev.
It's going to be super fun to see what the preparation is going into this game, because Blind is a map picked here by Envy. They haven't really played it yet. They've always pretty much banned it going into this stage. Leviathan, we've had some reps. We've seen them play it. They had a banger of a series in that map as well against G2 in the past. And now it's just, okay, what's the prep? What's the win con here to try to fight against Leviathan? What composition do you want to come out as well here for Envy's side? And as you were mentioning, Stunner is responsible and takes that for him to be like responsibility of, oh, I'm going to be able to do this for the team. The prep's going to be important. Blind going into this one as well as, I guess I pre-fired that a little bit going into the map vetoes. But at least Blind as that first map is super cool, right? Because we haven't seen it from them. And when they were playing Split, for example, and they were trying to play against C9 against a Neon, they were not having the best of times. So I wonder if can we come out with a composition that has more utility, more stall, because Neon is so prominent going into the stage right now.
Let's see if Kesnet Deuce can get up on the board. Fracture next. You got to, let's go.
Yeah.
Finally get some Fracture
our first
here
one
in America. So no tape. These teams are about to go fresh into the second map, and we will get that. And ending on Haven to see if the chess match really needs to be played out the whole way.
The other fun part, too, if you want to give some hopes to Envy Sign, is that Sato also mentioned in a conversation with Sage Atween saying, and also to Andre interview saying, look, when we played against a team like G2, when we had to face off against them on Harbor, it was so hard for us to figure out how to play against it because we didn't have the reps. Now they have no reps against Envy. They don't know what comp Envy's coming out with, which we get to see right now. So we're going to have a Neon. Sato's going to stay onto this Phoenix, but I think if you're looking on Envy side and focusing here, you are playing to the strengths of every single one of the players into these roles, with the exception, of course, of Exter, but he's been playing the smokes mostly recently.
And he's been kind of finding his own. He said there was a bit of fog of war getting onto that stage, and even on the Yoru it was tough, so now having to branch out seems comfortable. Sky back at home on Bind. Well, would you expect anything less here to get those refreshes on covering the extremities? It's going to be a good one. Like we said, Lev is going in hard on this to make sure they can lock themselves in that playoff spot.
We'll have an opportunity to see them start off here on the defensive side.
It is time for that match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. It is going to be Lev on attack. Sato saying recently they don't do a lot of standing around. It's very hard for them to even stand still. And Phoenix and Neon, everything's going to be behind that. Looks like they're going to move right towards B.
Already trying to look for some information for Envy, and early dog. There's a fight right into Hookah.
Ooh, they dash in too. Kesnet and Rossi welcoming arms on that play. They already TP through, not realizing the Hookah was a little separated from the play due to utility. But Rossi doesn't back down. Okay, he'll give up a bit of space. Oh, Kesnet playing a little funky here for a moment, but they are still trying to back each other up and not give an inch to Envy.
Look dangerous because Poppin didn't have a second flash here. I thought they were going to try to swing through that wall, but they're just trying to win that timing back in their favor, which is nice here for Envy. Now it's guaranteed to know that Leviatan's going to hit towards this A side, and he still have a little bit of showers control, so this is going to be a nice little pincher towards the end in this post plant.
Low, just seeing one. Yeah, they're going to have to accelerate a little bit or turn around to fight, and they choose to fight. Rossi gets 2 more. Just heating up already. And that's going to bring the team around as well in the momentum. Waiting to see if there could be a TP. Already thought about by Rossi. He's waiting on B side.
The thing is, right, though, they have to cover every single one of these lanes, so King has an opportunity to play a lot of 1v1s here.
That's a great point. He sets himself up. He's no stranger to these situations either. He knows he has to seek one out, creates that angle. He can get one on each side of U-Haul here and hope to only find that one fight. Looks like he might be forced into a few. The slide out comes in too quick, and Kesnet's going to be able to capitalize. They go for the defuse as well. Actually, they're throwing it down for orbital strike. No, okay, Rossi gets it. Just going half and half for Budsies. I think.
I mean, it is interesting to see where they want to focus on their defense, right? Because getting that pit up early would be super important for them, but I think another win con looks like, to me, they want to fight with a lot of aggression. I like the first fight, though, that we saw from Leviathan at that contact on Sands, because Neon actually dropped a nice smoke into the teleporter to disrupt the vision of Demon 1 actually going through the TP.
Rossi first round ghost, bro. Insane.
So they didn't have a chance really to set the best crossfires, so there was some great trades coming out from that side. What I'm liking, at least from the get-go, from the side of Envy, is that they're not giving up space, and they're okay of challenging that back, which was something that was missing against their game against Cloud9, giving too much space, rotating through spawn on the early info that you get from the Sky utility or just your Initiator utility. This on the flash doesn't get a contact towards Shorty yet, but at least they got a kill through the smoke.
Should just be able to walk this in for the plant. The post plant, a different story once they meet the guns of Envy here. Nice delay, more so damage. Oh, sliding in. Kesnet finding 2. Beautifully done on a swivel there. It looks like he might even get a third, just playing with his food here. As he strafes back and forth on blows, a third kill. And these points are coming in quick. Like we said, the plant would probably come in a little bit of money, but Envy cleans that up.
Yeah. And Kesnet's still going to be able to play that Judge going to the next round, which is going to be very strong going to the bonus. If he dies, that's Overdrive going to round number 4. So again, all the chips are stacked correctly for Envy to have a great start on a defense. Kesnet already 5-0 going to the last 2 rounds, but I think really what cemented them for a nice little victory on that pistol round was especially Rossi pushing forward for those kills and those trades on short side. So you're also seeing a little bit of a variance out of how Kesnet is moving around with his Neons, being selfless, finding space, not only just tackling down for kills. If he's guaranteed the shot with a buckshot close range, sure, he'll take it. But if not, he is trying to narrow that gap that he takes in the first place so the team could follow up with him for these trades.
You got to imagine he's got a lot of good duelists on the team to practice with. Demon 1 in there, Exter in there. Honestly, this team is just full of them. So Kesnet always getting good competition, finding the best of himself from this squad. We see a first engage there, and just a heal up coming from that is, looks like level reset to rethink this one.
It's a nice little W as well, because that means you only have, like, what, 10 HP left in your regrowth if you want to heal the rest of your team in the pulse plant. So Envy could actually bring a lot of damage going into the pulse plant.
Launching smoke.
Extra stall on showers. And it looks like everybody's moving into more of an anchor position now. Time's ticking a bit down. And again, Rossi feels comfortable. Sit solo on B. We saw this come out of the pistol round when they were just considering all of the options that Led have.
Scout destroyed.
And Lever, they're just waiting down to the wire here because they, one, can't find a kill and want the pressure of hoping to force this offsite.
And Lev looks like they're just going to play the wall contact back into the A site just because to surprise some players.
30 seconds left.
Bit of a flash. Oh, Demon 1 caught out early, too. He hasn't been really able to fire off a shot. Lev sees him. They take him down. Spike covering a bit of elevation here, but the Phoenix Wall stops them. They dash through together. The teamwork is there from Lev. They light up that kill feed, and now they leave Poppin and Rossi. Oh, drawing a picture of his opponent there with the judge. Instead of taking him down, blows finalizes at the last two, and Lev will take the bonus away from Envy.
And they do have their protocols going in for Envy in that round, just trying to react correctly to what was happening in that map. When you cut noise here for Leviathan, you're still throwing out these smokes from Poppin just to try to get a contact. You get a bit of a ping, but you're also trying to move Kesnet as fast as you can into these right moments. But unfortunately, he still had to keep jump spawning into this B site, which allowed here Leviathan to go for such a big pop through their attacker side wall. We kind of like that too. That allows for a little bit of encumbrance to not allow Demon 1 to get too much value with the scopes if he's going to have to try to opt from Heaven or opt from APC. So it's a nice little wall that he utilized here for Leviathan in that previous round. And this time, though, nice little denial from Demon 1.
Yeah, on the board with Lev running a lot of their pistol round, what it looked like here with guns. Still a few trades, trying to stay alive. Kesnet gets pushed in, and Lev is just swarming the site. Water falling in before Envy can react. Poppin with just a few bullets left, and it is not enough to answer the call needed. Lev quickly put another one on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, a ding through the wall that doesn't do too much damage there from Poppin on a 1v2. Almost isolated that first fight in the end, but man, was that quick for Leviathan. A little bit of a change of tempo on that side, too. And that's something that has evolved a little bit more for Leviathan once we started looking at this Stage 1 since Neon joined this team, and they had time to really practice going into Stage 1 from their boot camp in Santiago. But Demon 1, like I said, did an excellent job denying that first pick. But then he gets hit by the vulnerable here of that snake bite, and there's just too many bodies running out so that the two players cannot help. Because they didn't have that stack. It's weak side now. Very weak side on B. But it's only a pistol that we have here for Envy. So save going to the next. You're trying to have a little bit of a win con with Demon 1 with this Headhunter here. But it'll just be Leviathan still taking their time after getting the player advantage because you still don't know where the stack could be coming from.
Yeah. A nice first kill by Sato. You actually saw Poppin hiding at the triangle of their back spawn. Moved over as soon as the kill came in. So already Envy was saying, okay, we have one that can lean, hopefully set up a trap if that's where they go. Everybody through B long, though, kind of avoids that hookah trap. A clear from the Trailblazer. And Lever in again.
Should be easy for them to take two.
Yeah.
Right now, they also have Orbital Strike for the Pulse Plant. They already have, if needed be, they'll run it back. You definitely want to save this going to the next round.
Oh, actually picks one up there, but they can't get any of the weapons just out of reach. The kills are finalized by Lev. And 3 fast rounds, really showing their aggression and just keeping a pace of their own.
The real test coming through here if Envy could actually stuff this big ult round that's available now for Leviathan on the attack. Remember Sato, when he's playing this Phoenix as his role is just to run it down. Or you're chasing kills, or you're dying, or you're picking up orbs. You're just trying to bring up that run it back ASAP, because that's a free drone as well for the team. It's almost like a Yoru ult at home. Where you're still going to go in, try to get some info, you could still get some picks. But if you get picked off there, you could still survive, and that's it. Hookah control, but now leverage him to scout into the site. It's Rossi holding it solo.
They went through B long, now they crash and waterfall out of hookah again. Rinse and repeat for Lev here, and it just seems to work. They source every member of Envy that was in the B site and push them back to their own spawn.
I think you have no choice but to save at this point.
Yeah, that was... they're just forceful about this right now.
Because you definitely know as well, Sato, he's not going to be chasing for kills anymore. He just used his ult. So for him to fall back is super important, or stay with the team. Maybe he wants to start chasing to make it a little more expensive here for Envy once they realize here that Envy is on a save. So there you go, confirms it. They're pushing in towards that spawn. And yeah, they're not giving a chance here for Envy to save their weapons at all. I didn't really like the approach from it at the beginning of here, Riv. Because you already knew here, looking at the tab, you're looking at the scoreboard, you know that there's a running back available. You know they're going to be very explosive going to that one. And again, it's a one-up. It's a free life. You can't waste utility. You can't waste your life. You need to find ways here to stack with your team or play the retake at that point, and you're playing another 2 versus X players running in from the side of Leviathan. Envy cannot hold that so far.
I think the state of the game got away from them a moment, and they realized, oh, there was a lot to layer there. I think they recognized 2 rounds in a row now that the snake bite, that the strafe jump that Lev's hitting out of hookah is not giving it as much value as it would they would hope.
Yeah, looks like we still want to keep our timeouts now for Envy. Not really, doesn't really seem like they're really scrambling for a solution yet. But I think they're realizing this fast tempo from Leviathan is starting to happen quite often. If you're giving up that space towards hookah, you got to expect these type of explosions here towards this B site.
Demon 1 Guardian round. They're trying to put a lot on this one. Oh, he gets spun on. Neon was expecting it. Overdrive is going to drop Rossi where he stands. And again, 2 are instantly dropped in B site, leaving the rest of Envy to scramble.
Yeah. Eco round though, at least. The rest are going to go chase for some kills. Blow's ready for the Seekers for the next round, and they're just going to try to hunt down Kesnet, who doesn't really want to give an orb away here to Sato. So he's trying to find where Blows is at. Blows already has his ult, so it doesn't really matter. Now he can even save a weapon on top of that. It's actually not too bad.
I'm going to say Kesnet's the only one on his team without an ult as well.
Yeah.
He gets that, and they actually could get a few rounds back-to-back here if they sync those together.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it.
Nice movement.
Right now, at least, Leviathan are doing also the excellent job of maintaining and managing the economy of Demon 1. Maybe into the next round, what would happen here is Poppin could buy the op here for Demon 1, and Demon 1 just drops a different weapon. Actually, he has his own Tilda False in the next one anyways.
Right.
So now you could cycle potentially 2 ops going into the next few rounds, but of course you're not trying to lose the upcoming ones here on Envy on the defense, but...
Does that become a shower up now? It's Ben B long, and Sato sat it down a few times. Here they find Demon 1 trying to play tricky again. They got to switch something up.
Look at Neon with that flick, by the way.
That's what he's spun.
The plays that he makes on just flicking shots is just insane. He did so many of them as a chamber against G2 last week, too. And, man, the potential and the firepower that this roster currently has, even though being very, very new, are looking like a veteran team going into Stage 1 already. And you know what? It brings an interesting point because when we started the offseason, they won an off-season Chinese event, and then you're like, oh, well, Leviathan, they're going to be the dark horse. They're probably going to be top 3, be able to make it to Santiago once Neon's able to join.
Right.
And then you started seeing the fall off a little bit because you had to change roles here and there to just adapt it to Neon not being in the roster yet. And then once he finally joined in that lower bracket run, they weren't that impressive because it was such a short turnaround of time, you know, that they couldn't get it done. So I feel like those stocks kind of went down. But now that they had a chance to boot camp in Santiago and show what they're made of here in this Stage 1, you're like, oh, yeah, these guys are legit.
It's big. I mean, even from last year when they came in, Sato mentioned, and this is just a comparison of like joining a team and building and from a position that when him and Oki joined, they were all friends. It was still great, but you're not getting a good base still. You're just kind of being thrown into a team. So you're right to have that time in Santiago now to build before this and figure out what that 50-50 split no longer having to be played between the team looks like with just one player now in that spot.
So I want to get to the conversation we were mentioning before, the win con here of the op. Where do you want to use it towards showers? I was going to say no because there wasn't too much conditioning from Leviathan at that side except for that flash. Usually it's a start out towards this B, so you see now Demon 1 starting over on the B side, and Lev reads it correctly by flashing through and getting the first 2 picks.
People just getting washed over there in shower. Lev cleans up 3, and this is fish in a barrel. Okay, the fish is angry. Poppin gets a few there as he just holds down Mouse 1. King is still able to come away, smiles across the faces of Lev. King's serious, obviously. But yeah, they shut down a timeout right out the gate. Going to the next one, feeling good.
It's tough as well, because when you're looking at it, you had great position for showers control and already a 3-player stack over on the TP side of B. So they had whatever was needed to try to go for a flash pick into that spot, but because we smoked out the entrance of showers, there's no real way of doing the real crunch by sky flashing through and then fully popping across. So that kind of just fails in that plan. And now Envy has a second chance, though, with the op, as I mentioned before, this time Tour de Force for Demon 1. And Leviathan, as they conditioned so many B-side holds, now they're showing that they're able to take full control of Showers too, and they want to start that way as well and force these rotates.
Push up already. I'm sure Demon 1 has a little bit of audio here. There it is. Oh, the protection, though. Actually, you would call it shadowing his teammate, jumping back, but Spike takes full advantage of the situation, takes both down, and they clean that up.
It went from shadowing to body blocking, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. Poppin gets 2 again? Deja vu?
Wait. Very winnable, though.
Yeah, very winnable. Not gonna. Yeah, Blow's not gonna be able to get in just yet.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, Poppin gives a shoulder, gives the fix away. And Blows just hits the shot as Rossi goes for the short swing. 7-2. They seem like they could do no wrong in these last rounds.
This is insane, too. And also, when you're looking at this roster for Leviathan, you're always thinking of all the other ones. You never really see a chance for Blows to activate, right? He's always flashing for his team, being the utility, but this time, in the clutch, he's able to win a beautiful 1 versus 2. Look at him pick these fights.
Oh, no. Sato didn't even realize what he just saw for a second and then lost it. That's what's happening right now. They go for another fast play. Extra's able to drop Spike because there's no real follow-up on this one. That was just going to be a solo check play, but it's all for the distraction in sight. Sato's still moving. Run it back's about to fizzle out. The team's already gained the space. King finds Kesnet. Oh my gosh, they've caused so much chaos, fans. It's like, where do you stand? Where do you look now? What's the timing of the movement of Lev on these plays?
At least they're solo right now. They're kind of isolated for Leviathan. Envy has a chance to really close this gap, but now you're starting to see a little bit of alert from King over on that B side. They could actually go for elite TP here if they want to try to waste more util with another tap Spike.
Just imagine this Odin for Poppin is like all these smokes and everything are down. He's just doing a Rambo yell every time he's holding it down. It's like results will follow. They do get 1 though. It's paid off. 5 kills in the last 3 rounds with that thing.
Thing is, right now they're just going around the world.
Yep.
They broke the trip. They forced a TP. It forces a rotate from Envy all the way out towards that spawn. Yes, it's cool. It still allows for you to get the plant into the A site, but I love that Envy. They stay as a 3-pack mentality just to make sure that they can flood retake as a team. And the more time that you waste, potentially a flash from Poppin should be available for that flood retake in the end. See if they can get it done.
Plant down. Not deterred just yet by the orb. And they are going to split here for a moment. They have a bit of a crossfire on each other. Short flash and C1.
Nope. An opportunity for Blows now for sure because of that.
Slow push. Blows 1, Blows 2 again. A repeat. Like I said, they can do no wrong. 29 HP. Going against an Odin and a rifle. Now the crossfire is going to be here as they just make noise to try and play with him. King's able to crown himself on that one. And Lev pick up another round after, like you said, going around the world.
Yeah. One thing that I found that C9 was struggling, Envy was struggling a lot versus C9 on split, was the lack of utility to stall this first wave aggression of Neon. Because the best thing you had was maybe like snake bites, you had nothing to really slow down. And even if you're trying to fight toe-to-toe, the Neon's just sliding across the place all the time too, and it's just kind of breaking across our placement. At least they had a second player to try to trade off this time around too. But the more that they're trying to do these and try to stop the Neon at that first step without too much util or crossfire setups, you're always seeing the results. They're losing 1 and 2 in the process every single time, and it makes the retakes and the holds so much more difficult. I almost feel you got to start giving them more space for Leviathan. Make them think that they've garnished some free space and then trap them towards those back lines.
Yeah, the way that they're picking apart Envy, that space taken already, they're so deep.
Another 2 down.
Yeah, already on the back side of sight. It doesn't matter which site they're going to.
And they play passive, but you see where the issue is. Isolated. Not really there for trades. No util to stall. They're trying to put Demon 1 at the front. Even if he gets a pick and he TP's back, he's traded out there from where he's at from the showers. So they need to change things around for sure. And Hopefully, if it's not now, on their attack side.
And they've just got the protocol of everything figured out. Oh. Be reacting very nice to that separated double peek off of the flash from Sato. Really clean to understand what was going on. This is the kind of performance they need to see here at the end of this first half. But Lev still has the answers and the shots. Blows alive, the safest pair of hands in this game, apparently. Holy moly.
It's amazing. It's amazing so far. Now the one that I haven't had a chance to talk about too much was in this roster so far is just King. Because he's just sitting back, calling all the shots, and then the young guns
They're
are
making
fragging.
the shots.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, King recently been saying, the owner coming back in, really helping to refine the confidence in his IGLing and just kind of the direction to take it, since it wasn't the really passive Lev that we kind of expected coming in due to just previous years of their coaching strategy. It's a very different, aggressive, and always hungry Leviathan.
When you think about it in the last round of the half, yeah, I mean, the slide up, you're trying to stall early, but you're solo.
They already got the retreat with the molly behind him. Kesnet tries to do it. Takes damage from that, too. Holy moly. Lev's protocols right now are on point. They take the site, and Envy realizes, like, we don't want to lose any more, as per usual. They keep a few more alive this time, but they're going to have to come back into the pit.
The pit, I think, is going to give a gap, though. You can actually flood towards the back.
Flash. Ooh, not killed, though. Traded on both sides. That's an equal one. But Neon starts to separate the trades, 1 for 1, but it blows again! Again!
A 10-2 half. Blows being the closer of most of these rounds for Leviathan. Insane what this kid could do right now. But it also shows how insane it is for Envy's side that it almost feels like, not necessarily that they've given up, but they feel like they always have to go for a hero play. Yeah, you're able to do some damage here, you're able to stall, but you just died.
That's crazy stuff. A runaway first half from Lev. We'll see if Envy can catch them in the second half.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Because Leviathan running away with that first half, lining them up, knocking them down one after the other to find themselves with a 10-2 first half.
Yeah, it started so well for NV2. Remember, Rossi has a nice little three-piece. They went for a triple push, closing the gaps. I was like, okay, the game plan is looking awesome. But as soon as the money started flowing here for Leviathan, you just always had Spike Zine disrespecting any type of defensive utility for the side of Envy. So hopefully Envy this time around could do similar pastures against Leviathan, as Kesnet is going to be at the point already leaning the pack into the U-Haul control.
The Lev squad, oh, they're just on the other side of the wall. This is about to be the clash. One dog goes in. No, who's going to enter first? They realize it is a party in there, and it's going to be Extra that comes out first, and here we go. A fight at the doorstep. Poppin and Extra are able to come up with 3 quick. And it fizzles, realizing how many were there. Neon is going to have to limp out of this one, but he's only getting so far. The tourniquet's on, and they get him down. Poppin' with that kill. King himself as a ghost. Hit Demon 1 in the face, but he gets dropped. They don't even give him a chance. And Envy gets a very much needed round, or this could have been a quick second half.
Such an interesting look for Envy as well. Another well-prepared pistol round, I got to say here, for Envy as they're winning both for this map. And it's just a pack mentality to fight towards that spawn, not using any utility, just trying to catch their opponents off guard, rotating back from pipes here in spawn.
Baby, let's go. Let's go.
And that's what he needed potentially here. Remember, it was 10 rounds lost in a row in the first half once Leviathan started getting their money.
Okay, so I knew he was clutching rounds last half, but looking down, 21-5, really? Blows?
2Ks, 2Ks, one-on-ones.
Oh, Poppin's 2Ks through smokes. The Guardian now is the Odin last half. Sato tries to teleport, but there is going to be the Law there holding down the passage. It's a rethink now for Envy. They've dropped a lot of numbers, and they just don't want to lose anymore to something funky. So they get together and make sure they can trade this one safe right into the plan.
And they don't want to lose. Look at that. All grouping up so they can heal everybody to top.
Exactly.
And then just moving as a group. I guess silver lining right there for Leviathan in this eco was by having that push down towards that B side, hearing that he was Poppin getting these kills, and then he also had Sato TP across, and it actually spotted 2 players from Envy on that side as well. So they're going to try to play a little bit more of extremity controls here going to their rifle rounds, and that will be a great opportunity for somebody like Spike to open things up for them.
Huge. With those 2 kills, a plant, Seekers are up early, a way to really shut down Lev. If they get through a timeout or a gun round, you know they're going to go for the throat. So that's nice for Envy to have early.
Agreed. Yeah, you're right. Seekers and the buy is actually very good going to the next round. You have Kesnet and Poppin that could actually do some good damage long range. But I think at this point, if you want to be quite explosive around the Seekers against the rifle round of Leviathan that they'll carry over here, I think it should be important to put Kesnet on something like the Bulldog that's from Ross here for Exter.
Enemy remaining.
And not giving them a chance to even die to Spike. This is very good here for Envy to making sure they're dotting all their eyes.
It seems these strangers want me
getting all this orb control for the further rounds.
Ooh. Oh, the wall lineup.
At least got the orb. So that's an orb and a death. So that's getting closer to the run it back as well for Sato. He's currently 2 pips away from his. So Kesnet's going to keep this Guardian, but they are leaning for some heavy control here towards short A side. Maybe not using the Seekers just to have the dog going a little bit more quickly.
Good turbo Neon.
Yep.
Oh. Neon Gober. And everybody backs off, but this is all to get to hookah space, seen by King. He's going to relay that and call the team back over to see if they can hold off. We might be able to fizzle out the Seekers here, but they're getting pushed. Oh no, they're not getting pushed. Wait a minute. They don't even get into the site yet. Blows is still there to lock it down. They finally get a little help from Long, but Spike's there to retaliate with 2.
It almost feels that's what Envy was trying to do in the previous round. And one key difference is that, one, they had the 3rd player, which is great, but what I wanted to focus on was the util. A simple molly on the ground, and the flashes coming out from blows from the elbow, from Octagon. Look how everybody's blind trying to jump through. That's why people are just dying and just melting here coming across. There you go. That was a huge flash coming in from long B side, right over there from blows.
Yeah. Man.
What a way to anchor it here for the side of Leviathan.
The same as last time. They take away what would be the bonus, and they might take away the rest of the rounds that they need. Already trying to focus out of hookah, and they switch that power to long just to get the advantage in one position.
At the end of the day, though, if I could start sprinkling in some cope, it was fairly one-sided as well for Envy against C9 on that first map, right? It was very dominant on one half. But once you started seeing that second and third map, what happened? What was different there for Envy was that they came out with a new composition, and it almost looked like that week of practice that they had was to just focus on that single composition for the 2 maps that worked out in their favor. Fracture is coming up next. I'm assuming it's something similar like that they want to cook up here.
Oh my gosh. What did they eat this morning? Spike does it again. He ended the round like that. Gets a few in the middle of the round. Doesn't matter. No pressure felt here from Leviatán as they just bring the sauce on Bind to Envy. Just a few more to take as they find Kesnet and Rossi here. And they're already moving up to look for it. Leaving one on A, they'll rotate King over just to make sure they can lock this down. Oh, he's just waiting.
Spike down B.
Flash for me? Sure. Wait, yep. And eat the flash.
Just look at him laugh at the bottom, too. I thought it was just a selfless thing. I thought he was going to be the one that's just spraying while he's fully blind so that Blows could actually get the pick and get closer to his ult. Or leave it to Spike even. Oh my god. But yeah, this Blows is having an excellent game. What more can you add about this kid for today's matchup so far?
Yeah.
They definitely came in, I wouldn't necessarily say prepared against Envy so far because it's pretty simple, if I could put it that way, for lack of a better word, of how Leviatán's opening on these maps. Everything that they're doing in terms of just getting value on the aggression of Spike is working to perfection, and when you need somebody to anchor up like Blows, he's going to win it for the team. And there, speaking of the devil. Speak of the devil.
Oh, what the hell? Oh my gosh. He doesn't even reload. He's like, let me get the rest of them with this 9. And he knows. Spike's still down there, afraid to grab it even through the wall being up right now. And they're getting pushed from behind, already pinched in by Sato's run it back, which is followed up by Spike.
Yeah, you need the other devil to step up. Now it's Demon 1 on a 2 versus 4. Trying to work together here towards this B site, but again, just too many crossfire setups so far.
Oh, cook him. Puts him in the barbecue for just a moment. Demon 1 and Rossi can't really help each other on that angle. Okay, Demon 1's ready for the teleport, though. As Blows try to get a little backstab through the TP, and now they're going to reset to say, okay, we calm it down. We had our fun.
Especially when Neon can connect onto the shots, too, so they just want to play player advantage, which is fine. Right now, if Envy want to start moving towards this B side, they're going to have to knife out quite early, but you still have to gun out to try to cross over towards the A short, where it's currently being jump spotted by Neon. Yeah, no choice to hit towards A now. A Hail Mary now for Envy.
Saw it. Just the hair on the head of Rossi. They go for the elevated. And it's not going to be enough. Spike gets the final one. Almost a clean sweep of that first half, but definitely in control the whole time for Leviatán as they come out 13-4 against Envy to start the series.
An unfortunate start there for the side of Envy when, again, they haven't really played this map going into the stage 1. You thought you were going to be able to come out with something new here, at least in terms, not in terms of composition, but at least some tape that you've learned from Leviatán that can maybe apply going into this game today. But unfortunately, they fall short, but they have a chance to come back here on Fracture next.
Yeah, that was the pistol rounds for Envy. They said, all right, we have that, and Lev just took it right back. They said, all right, bonus round, and then, like you said, the money starts flowing, and like they couldn't do wrong. Blows had a life game on this one, and he might be able to keep it up this series with the momentum everyone else has. We're going to set up for Fracture, throw it to the analyst desk to break down that first one when we come back from this break.
un besito, ronda, pero 100% firmada por parte de esa.
Smoke blocking his vision. He has to activate now. He has to activate quickly. Oh my God, he's done it. He has delivered.
Coach Onur, this is an incredible performance. Once again, you guys really hit the ground running in stage 1. If we look on big picture, obviously you came into this season bringing in so many young players, and now those young guns are out fragging veteran players on the server. Do you feel like the Lev project is ahead of schedule, or are there still things that you are actively working on?
No, I think that we have the best talent of region, you know. I'm a well-known coach that I like to play. I like to coach younger players. I've been doing this, you know, my whole life. They have all my confidence, so I prefer to coach younger players. They are the best of the best. I think that we are like in our path to be one of the best teams in the world. Every game we are showing it a little bit more. So I'm glad that the boys are like having fun and showing and playing in their full potential.
Right. Can't wait to see more on that trajectory. Good luck in your next match.
Well, I'm glad his boys are having fun, because that game was a whole lot of fun for them. An absolute smackdown, 13-4. And one of the new guys, Blows, absolutely tearing up the server.
Oh, he was insane. He was fragging out, he was clutching, and the whole time he was doing it on Sky. He was using his util for a lot of those executes that we saw, enabling all that space to be taken by those duelists. Neon going in crazy, and it just looked so good. I mean, this guy was on fire. You couldn't even stop him mechanically. Like every time they were in a 1v1, it was over.
It is insane, and I like that you mentioned that out of all things, Sky. He's bragging out, playing the Sky. I feel like last time that we saw this to this kind of level was a few years ago when Zepa was playing the Sky and was kind of the GOAT. I really like what we just got the chance to see from Lev. I mean, not only you have a player that maybe we haven't talked about as much in Glozim that is popping off, but then you also have a game plan that just works out perfectly. This is your dream scenario if you're Leviathan. The only runs that you lose are pistols, and that's it. I mean, on the Antigua, that's it.
Yeah, first of all, this stat line is insane. 4.7 KDA, 395 ACS. But also, we saw Lev play the way that we wanted them to earlier. In that pre-show, we were talking about how we wanted to see them just go fast. It felt like they heard us a little bit and started playing to that play style.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, sometimes there's Blows jumping in.
Oh,
in the front line, it was him in the post plants as well, clutching it up. But I think one of the big things that was going so well was how effective they were at shutting down Envy in the post plant. Envy struggled massively. They went 2 for 11 Dryad when retaking on the defense.
Which is an insane stat, but it's also something that we talked about with last series against Cloud9. Even if they got the win, those rounds with Cloud9 where they were struggling the most was those retakes because they were not able to play together. And not only was that, it was sometimes they were playing it with numbers at disadvantage because some of the players were swinging those angles and getting taken down first. But then on top of that, you have a Lev that is using the utility perfectly. It seemed like they didn't even have to use it. But it was a mix of Lev playing it really well, really clean, getting a lot of space early on, and then also an Envy that was never really coordinated to make them happen.
And Blozine just clutching every single time too. But I agree, I think the util part too, it's so interesting to see because they were using those mollies, the Phoenix molly, the Viper spit, and the Brim molly to delay retakes from spawn, as well saving them for that post plant to use on that spike. But they most of the time didn't even need to because they were just so good at making space, like you said, and getting those numbers immediately into the execute.
Yeah, you talk about using the mollies to stall out the choke points. I also was loving how over on the A site, they always have Phoenix flashes to flash and fight for backside, something you can't always get away with doing. And you can kind of see, like, even just comparing everyone in the server to Blows, like, this guy's crushing.
The fact that it was 13-4 and he gets 25 kills. I mean, that's the kind of kills that you see when we're going overtime.
No, that was crazy. And the whole time he's still, like, supporting his team too. Like, his flashes were kind of insane, especially on those executes or on the post plants. Like you said, the Phoenix flashes were the first to take that back site, but the Sky flashes, man, they were just like coming out of nowhere, especially in those clutches. He was using it for himself really well, like the 1v2 in showers where he just yeeted the bird into showers. It was perfect. It
was absolutely perfect. But we're gonna have to go ahead and hear what Coach Stunner has to say ahead of map number 2 now.
Your start to stage 1 looked a little bit rocky. It seemed like the team or some individuals were definitely affected by the meta changes. However, last week it seemed like you found your stride. Tough start to today's match. Do you feel like you're still kind of catching up on the meta?
No, I think we have the meta figured out. I think we're just not showing our full potential in this match. So hopefully we can show it up for the next match or next map. And yeah, we'll see.
Right. Well, good luck the next map.
Yeah, let's not wait for the next match. Let's get it locked in here on Fracture. Our first time we're going to get to see that's a pizza party now. Dan?
First time Fracture in Americas, and I'm very excited to see what Lev has been cooking. I remember Onur used to be amazing at this map, having a really good read in a meta that can be very similar today. But what was the most interesting is that back in 2022, 2023, when they played this map with Lev, when Onur was part of this team, King was the one playing Neon. And I don't think that's going to happen this time around. There's another younger players that can play the Neon.
No way.
But imagine. I'm just saying, imagine.
Imagine. No, I think this makes sense. I mean, we saw them almost running it down, just full executing every single time. I think on a map like Fracture, it's going to work out too. There was that one round where they did a really good ping pong, trying to make space on the other side. Like you mentioned, hitting that chamber trip in Hookah and then coming back. I think this map is basically Lev's playground, I think. It makes sense that they picked it.
Yeah, look, if you want to see some people running it down, you're going to want to stick around for map number 2. Riven Vans are going to be back after this break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where Envy is going to try their best to figure out how to get past map 1.
Sorry, I don't know why that made me laugh so
lock
much.
in for map 2, because they got wiped by Lev. It was pistol round and a round, and then Envy really coming out of last week, we thought they would have a lot more.
Okay.
Have not yet. Let's see what they got.
Yeah, and now first time we finally see Fracture here in the Americas, so new compositions coming out from either team. Demon 1 going into a veto. I think that makes pretty much sense right now if you're going to leave Extra on the role of the smoke, and then you need something to give you that early information for these splits that you want to try to do here, especially when it comes down to anchoring. What I want to focus on, though, is more on the side of Leviathan.
Yeah.
We just saw how explosive they were on that first map. Now they have a chance to play on the attack first, where they don't really need to play Senti. They're going to play a lot of, let's just stun, waylay dash while we neon wall and just rush through the double utility of the King and Blows as the Breach and the Tejo respectively.
Yeah.
So expect that to be probably going back into like an old school meta of like, remember the Yoru with the Breach Tejo meta? This is going to be ×2 because you now have the neon and also a Wele to top on the space on the attack side here for Leviathan.
I'm excited to see Fracture. Lev, I mean, owner even said before, they brought out the split to kind of trick G2. I think pulling out the Fracture, you got to see something from both teams, but still, it's an unknown, and I feel like Lev loves that here. Ooh, they don't love the start from Demon 1, and it's traded back from Spike. A quick shorty slide up. It looks like they have full access now to the A site.
Already a flank from the top side, though, and Neon's trying to fight it.
Kesnet there. They're coming around from A lobby as well. They could time this. They have him just kind of stuck at Sands for the moment. Sato's able to drop Rossi here, and it is going to be a war just to get back in. Poppin makes it a little bit easier, though, as the smoke's clear. They don't know the angles that are open anymore. And we see Spike, Shorty. He can split this up. It's not, oh, there's one. He's got to get that reload on. One shot left. That's all that's required here. Wait. Gets him off. Knows he has to hit again.
He's gonna win.
And he's gonna win it. Oh my God! 6 HP, Spike goes around, and they still are giving Envy a hard time as we start map 2.
He doesn't even need bullets to win. Just jump around here, ring around the rosy through the pillar, and just win that through time. It only makes sense there too, because you're playing the Neon. That's so nice there for our Spike.
Oh my gosh.
Also the opening that we had, yes, it was nice by Demon 1. The only caveat was that he picked off the 5th player. Everybody else was already tucked on that wall on Dish, so it was easy to surprise Demon 1 and already allow Leviathan to get onto sites before the rotates happened. I think Sato's going to run out of air by the end of this game by all the cackle he's doing.
Dude, his cheeks have to hurt at this point. They're pushing up. These are where we see the breach come into play, but Lev's still able to attack back. They're going to give more to the fight, though, as all of Envy are going to bring to this battle. It's not ending. Nice. It's continuing, and that's the last one. Lev stands tall to get quite a few alt points in spawn as Envy wants to end that one quick, but do as much damage as possible.
And they did. You got to give them that, at least.
Yeah.
Tip your hat for what Envy just did. You just saw the Neon run around too, just to bait out the utility in the first place. Everybody just stayed back towards that spawn. But it's so hard for you to watch the angle with everything that's sticking out here from that wall just by the tree that they couldn't really get the cleanest of shots for the other players of Leviathan. So it's still allowed here Envy to do some great damage with a whole pistol round. Bonus round still pretty decent, though. You still have a Vandal that you're carrying over from Sato.
Blinded.
Splitting on a right side of that map for the crunch.
Making Kesnet feel uncomfortable. They're already into A. So fast from Sand. The whole fight was in lobby, and now they're actually bringing the fight to Envy outside the site.
That's insane.
This is kind of crazy. Extra's able to do a bit of magic. He's got to pull more out of his hat if he wants to get through Lev on this second round. Vandal from Demon 1 could do a few more, but they're just waiting for him to make the first move here. And Lev is so sure about these situations. And I think they're just absolutely rocking Envy on timing a lot of the times. The distance they're getting in the site at weird times is just throwing Envy off.
I mean, you already see it from the south side, too. It was all trying to sell a fake and keep them isolated towards that south side. You had breach stuns, you had a drone coming out, too, and it just allowed the double dash to come in from behind and get the backstab. Sato didn't even need to recall in the end. And that's a bonus round converted that, again, remember what we said that they carried over. Yes, a Vandal, a Bulldog, but you only had a Sheriff in the hands of Blows, yet they all get free upgrades at the end of the round. And that's going to be very painful because that is now not only, you know, the silver lining for the side of Envy was that they were able to win pistol round and second round anti-eco, right? On the first 2 hours of bind. Now they've lost pistol, and they've also lost their gun round against the bonus. This is not the hottest of starts at all here for the second map. Again, unseen for both of these teams, but now they're learning quick, and they have to learn on the fly.
Seeing how they can get in Lev's face early, because at this point you got to take out a handful of them even before they get to the site. Because if Blows is alive, it's like everyone's alive. If a few of the other guys are shooting like star power right now, so it's, yeah. It just feels like the full force of Lev needs to be worked away at before they get to the site here. And on this round, obviously, low buy for NV. What are they going to have in store for these following rounds? We might be able to get a few of those alt points here to set that up.
Yeah, and as you talk about firepower from the side of Leviathan, but if you actually go down that list from left bottom to top, or top to bottom on the left side, there's still plenty of firepower as well from the side of Envy.
Yeah.
Now it's just trying to figure out how do you stop the util around that's being utilized by Leviathan in the first place. Sometimes it's walk contact once again that surprises you, or sometimes it's just the explosion of all the util. So it shows to me right now that Envy, they still have a hard time finding some active information, and it's probably solely because of this composition as well. So if it's not on face checking from util, it's maybe a sky flash, a dog, or something, but you don't have real physical information unless you show your body, and hopefully you don't lose your body and your life in that process.
Look at all the pressure Spike's putting on himself. Solo take on the site with util help, but nobody's coming in. They're just allowing Spike to wreak havoc. That's incredible.
Yeah, because Sato is already lurking towards the A side too, so very similar to what happened on the other anti-eco. You just have Spike running up, baiting util, and it works out. Look at the trap play Envy was trying to do there as soon as you had the Neon walk in. Now you cut rotates on top of that, and you're in a great spot to just close out this map.
And the timings, where are they? How far up are they? Well, they're a lot further than you think. Lev again take down Envy. Just inside their mind for this first half of Fracture. But this is crazy from Spike. Just walking up left side wall. Always forcing just what would be one fight, really.
Yeah.
Like those angles are perfect for a Neon. And yeah,
one left standing.
Just aware right now.
Yeah, Kizzo was trying to slide out too to try to surprise some players, but sees nobody but that one sole player of Spike inside B that gets 2 kills on top of that for the side of Leviathan. Remember, this is a saving grace now. Weapons are back after the timeout for Envy. Can they convert it now? And they also have ults to work with. And this is what I'm talking about. Bring in the aggression. You confirm now nobody on the north side. Play the retake now on B.
One dashes tower, the other dashes to the right. Canteen's clear, so Waylay's out. And they have knowledge that they have quite a bit of room to play with now as the smokes go down a little later and buy even more time. They're ready for the attack, fans. Lev starts to light up that kill feed, but not before Envy can get a few of their own. Pop in and Extra still alive with Vandals as they try to approach the site. They're being found, and this is big. Poppin needs to be able to collect a round for the squad, and he is.
Wow.
That was, they kind of just swing each other at the last moment there, but yeah, Poppin ready for that in the final moments, and Envy need this big.
Like I said, once it gets scrappy and it has to come down to just a team deathmatch where there's no more utility left,
it is.
You definitely do have players that can shoot back. Look at Exer picking up another 3K, but that's a big one-on-one. This probably should have been a round that should have been won by Envy, so it's good that some players could step up to the plate and salvage that round here for Envy. But what I'm hoping to see a little bit more as well from Envy, potentially here, is to start adding a little bit of that pressure on the extremity. Because Leviathan, they're basically just 5-manning every single thing because of this double duelist, double initiator, and no Senti. So this is a great opportunity now for players to keep pushing forward and going for flanks.
These calls from King are just so good against what Envy wants to do right now. They still have all the power to retake, though. And that breach makes it very effective, so let's see what Envy can do to get this site back after Seeker's ult. They won't be really fizzling out here. They'll prevent the site take, so nicely stalled.
I don't think King shot any of the Seekers, too. I think they just dissipated. So he could stay inserted here right now and actually catch Extra off guard. That might pull the rotate back because there's still another minute left on the clock to work with. They already knew here from the side of Leviathan that Envy were kind of just thunderfooting back towards that spawn.
Yep.
And look, that moment of uncertainty for Envy. They're going back and forth towards that spawn. Somebody has to peek out for some information. Now everybody's just getting killed.
And another quick peek there. Poppin does keep his life, though. Sato's going to take it. There's more than you think. Again, Rossi feels like he can get somebody's back, but Sato's still looking. And they're going to be able to find one more as Sato just keeps hunting. A 4th one on the round.
And look at those X's. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Your rotates, yes, are quick by going from B to the A site through spawn. But what happens when you're trying to retake the site? You're going through the main chokes of 2 angles being easily watched by Leviathan in potential post-plant scenarios, but also if they stall right now for Leviathan like they have been in the mid-round, you don't know where they're going to be going to. So you're getting caught off all these rotates, and Stunner feels that frustration.
You can only do so much. Already a timeout snuffed by Lev just as fast as they were on the first map of Bind. And Fracture here does not seem to slow Lev down, and neither does Envy, as they get back to another low buy, and they'll move around as a death ball here to try and predict the right site, and Lev will once again predict the opposite.
A reminder too here for Leviathan. Despite us finishing a 2-0 or 2-1, victory is guaranteed a spot to the playoffs. But
yeah,
for Leviathan also, not only that, you want to guarantee probably just dominating 2-0s if you can, because if it has to come down to tiebreaker scenarios, you have a better chance for that first seed.
You show less, get your wins. Some spawn hits here from Neon, a fourth one on the docket. Oh, he's gonna go down. Special delivery from Spike up close on Rossi there, and they collect another round.
And that was just Neon just mowing players down by holding mouse 1 with the Phantom 2. But they had to try. It was so quiet pretty much for Leviathan. Remember, they cut noise. You're not able to find early information because you're just pushing kind of slowly as a team through that spawn. And you try to gamble the stack, try to gamble that push. Only got 1 in the process, maybe 2 if I'm not mistaken. But now Orb Strike ready. Is this a fast Sands crunch?
Oh, they're gonna fight. They're trying to push whoever was in tower back. They find nothing for now, but here goes the execute. Watch the protocols. They try to Rolling Thunder back. Envy wants to fight this. Everyone is there to throw a punch. And it's gonna be affected so far, and they get on top of this really fast. Blows the last one alive. Demon 1 comes online for this round, and Envy punch back fast at the beginning there.
Yeah, that was so many players blinded in Sands for such a long time too. But that Rolling Thunder to reply back here from Rossi was huge. Launches players in the air, cuts that push. There's no support from that back where the idea still remained the same. Even though they added the orbital strike on top of it for the attack side, it was just Spike trying to go in and bait that util, but as he was fully flashed, he can get out to safety, so Leviathan felt like they had to swing out and try to help out so they could keep their teammate alive. Fortunate for them, but gratefulness for Envy, able to convert there that round to add 2 to the board. Aggressive push here. No op. Actually, the op money is in the hands of Kesnet.
Still going for a little bit of a peek there as well. The risky business is that popping him the Neon trade back and forth. A little bit of a lobby. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that
they're fighting on so many fronts here. Rossi's, oh, they're A main again. They've backed off a bit. No, somebody is still there. Just really throwing Envy for a loop.
The difficult thing, though, is that Demon 1 already peeked down on that line, and he got owned. He calls the info. There's probably 3 players there already, right? So why would you want to try to repush that if you stall towards the A side? So,
but you feel like you're falling behind so much, so you might need to push that play, right?
Bring a teammate with you at this point, to be honest with you.
There's got to be a better answer.
You already have Kesnet that's, like I said, already opping in this round, and he's also opping from a distance on the top of Jenny to look down that line. So why do you want to push down there? Yeah, a little bit of a missed comm coming through, but again, it almost feels like blind all over where players feel like they have to make a play, and thankfully, Kesnet just made a play right there.
On the hard line.
30 seconds.
Still got another one for them to cross into sight. They've got Lev mixed up for the first time here as Armageddon comes flying through. Wait a minute. Blows finds 1. They're going to try to get this swing together, knowing it's Heaven. Push Extra off. All right. Oh, trying to squeeze in. Knows how his own molly works.
Spike planted.
Yeah, unfortunate. Spike still gets planted.
Oh, the Vandal spray does him dirty, and King comes up big with the kill to solidify the round, and Lev get another one.
It was a nice attempt, too, by Extra on that 1 versus 2. I think it was a little bit preemptive, though, on the orbital strike, but I think it's a sole reason of he just got hit by the special delivery, right? He's fully stunned. He's trying to fall back. He's thinking they're chasing after him, so he could hold that line and hopefully win it through time with isolated duels, but fortunate you just saw what happened. There's still a gap of space for you to just freely plant. And as you block your own vision and your own path of way to move back into the B site here with your own orbital strike, very hard for you to try to win. So as it looked very scrappy and very doable for Envy on that previous round, they're already back on another eco here, and Leviathan are just, back in the comfortable lead in his driver's seat.
The win-loss money reset is painful for Envy to come back here. They are going to retake this space, but they decide to slow it down. Neon just traverses the map to get back to his team for now. Again, they're really going to go to the opposite site again. Lev is just free sites all map long. Spike's going to be able to tell him that soon, too.
Yeah. But it's him, first one, able to just dash away freely, calls for the help, and now everybody just thinks the fight.
Oh my gosh.
Too easy.
And now they don't even know if they want it. They said, all right, there's a push there. We either go in as a team or we wait it out.
I'm almost seeing what's really happening for Leviathan on every one of these opens. It's always most of it on one side of the map, right? So if it's north side, then it's 4-1 on that side. If it's east side, then it's 4-1 across the board. But there's never really somebody in the other opposite quadrant. Just because when Leviathan starts to go for the explosion and the one that's actually running util, for example, smokes or something like that for Neon, he's going to be the one watching that flank too and just cut those rotates.
Nice flash. Nice flash, yeah. Really quick, but there's so many people, too many eyes, somebody playing anti-flash. Again, the answer for everything. Yeah. And that was going to be tough anyways, but...
Not the best weapons.
Lev do it clean, yeah, exactly. Like Lev always having a bit of an advantage, and they know in the situation. This was crazy. They went so slow that they were able to react to this as well, so it played right into their hand again.
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Jeez. Oh my.
Usually he does that face when they're winning crazy rounds, but that...
Yeah.
So there you go. See, all five of them kind of just group together. Once they start using util, the smokes are coming down. Neon should be watching that flank. And now we see the crunch coming through here, finally.
TP out. This is the response we've been looking for. They had it at Sands over at A. Now another round as we get into 11. It looks like Envy comes to life one more time. And they need it for the rest of the map. Oh, Sato doesn't have the timing on who's behind him. And no play to be made there. Envy pick up another one. They know it's in them. They just got to keep getting that each round.
Small steps too, right? One extra round that they've gotten in and a half. On Bind, it was pistol, anti-eco, and that was it for both halves of Bind to lose their 13-4. This time they actually get the third round by having that crunch. Having some aggression coming out this time around too. A double flank on top of that with the stall that they garnished towards the arcade. So that was kind of nice. Will it repeat itself so far here as they have that 4-1 setup to try to fight the south side push?
Oof. That Waylay ult just primed if they hear anything come from Satellite. As they're actually pushing up. Nice info for Envy. If you're focusing on their side, this should be great movement for what they're able to do on defense.
Demon 1 could just eat all the util right now because of the evolution. I thought maybe he'd play more on Heaven as well just to close that gap, but he's just looking to fight here.
Evolution's up. You can see it there at the bottom. Goes down, though. They get onto him too fast. Can't live through that. And here goes Spike to create even more disruption. Back and forth. The Waylay ultimate, you hear it goes off as well, and they absolutely smother Envy with utility. There's just no chance. Sato picks up the 4K, and even he can't believe it.
Yeah. I think you're also realizing, too, that TP for that Vito, a lot slower than a Chamber, a lot slower than a Yoru. He's, like, still...
having to turn around.
75% trying to, like, pop it up until it gets broken by that shorty. Another dominating half we have so far by Leviathan.
Very nicely done. Envy has to press back when we get back from this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's get this second half underway here. VCT Americas is Envy have to try their hardest here to figure out what Lev has been able to figure out, what they're doing, and how they just keep running this aggression straight to the site or just to all 5 members of Envy before they get to the site.
Yeah. Quite honestly with you, though, if I'm looking at how I digested that first half, though, they really didn't have a chance to really learn what Leviatán was kind of doing, right? It was fairly passive for most of these setups for the side of Envy. I think the only time where we saw a little bit of oomph at the beginning of these rounds were when they're on ecos and staying as a death ball. It wasn't until like round number 11, I think, or something like that, that we finally saw that flank. But we'll hold that thought. Envy already trying to set the tempo on their attack side as they're getting slowed by a fault line and everything else.
I already like the strat. Gotta go fast, but you gotta have aim too when you go fast. And Lev's able to just kind of stand still and lock down a few of these shots. Kesnet trying to be all over, omnipresent on this round. But it looks like Lev is just able to corner each member and knock them down here for another pistol round.
It's like when you're trying to run too fast in a cartoon, but there's oil on the ground, so you're just like skidding and you can't stop and you just run into a wall.
Yeah,
and that wall was all that util from the breach and the neon to counteract here from King and from Spike. Just look at that. And there's just too many bodies in the first place. He was already running inside the spawn to try to fault line in whatever quadrant he needed to.
And these replays, you can see a minute 30 on the clock, 10 seconds into the round. Lev was there, ready for an A play, ready for the counter. Again, just reading Envy.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, at this point, they should get sponsored by the Reading Rainbow.
Oh my God, no. Good Newcaster. Oh my God, Spike!
Down A.
Just using the medium to long range stinger upgrade, I guess. Oh, Sato, what is that, bro?
If anything, Envy is hoping for a new map, but they really got to start stepping up to the plate here. A flawless is going to be devastating, though, for Envy. Can't get any plants in the last 2, and that's the economy staying quite low. We'll have to try to see the best things that we could buy here. I almost feel like if you are now afraid of playing against an outlaw, for example, in this round, you're going to have to force full shields. And if you're going to force full shields, you won't have the best of utility. Yes, I stole his ace.
That's vile from Sato. Oh my God.
And look at what I'm talking about here. The util, you don't have any walls right now for Kesnet, which is actually quite crazy that they're going to go to try to play that strat, to try to move in as a team. Well, actually, you don't need to. You already died.
They are enjoying themselves thoroughly right now. Just kind of making these plays. Spike in and out for one. Says, no, there's nothing more to be had here. Where can we go now is the team and just kind of jump around even more. They clear long here with the drone, give that position over to Spike, and they just set defense back up here. And really, no ground has been gained by Envy.
Yeah, now it's just the highest priority to try to keep Extra alive as well, because you only have 2 smokes left, and that's all you have to go for the exec. You would have loved to keep a wall or have a wall at least in that round. Like I said, Keza didn't buy one, so you could actually split the site and have teammates follow up with you. Now they also lose the tip of the spear, so what could Rossi really support here as this breach? Nothing. So they have to walk contact. They're getting spotted. You couldn't catch some players off guard, and they might get toppled down fairly quickly now.
Really clean by blows there, not giving up too much. They're like, oh, there's 3 there. I don't need to re-peek. Backs up. Envy's still trying to reach and grab for the straws. Which member can they get first? And they're going to go for blows. He can't get out of this one now, right? He can't get out of this one now! Blows stays alive as Spikes and comes over, helps from over the shoulder. Pie to the face on Envy, and Lev get to match point.
Pie also for Rossi. 3-14, unfortunately.
No. Yep, it is. That's freshly baked.
Oh, man, but yeah, you're right. The fact that he's still able to survive that while he's fully stunned.
Oh, my God. Damn. Just Goomba stomped him.
Oh, man. It's hard to make something out of this, too, and be hopeful for Envy in this series, but it has definitely been one-sided throughout this whole game. Now it's glass cannon rifles, whatever they could do here.
Waiting. It's the first time they really don't have to meet Lev at the front door. And there aren't too many ults to come back in except for Spike. That's the one to disrupt. That's the one to go crazy. He gets taken down by Exter. So they missed one of those avenues back in as Kesnet also whittles away at the chances for Lev to take the match on this round.
Launching smoke.
Very nicely by Envy playing this defense calm. There it is. Okay. Really behind each other on the trades there, getting themselves out of the open immediately after the plant. And we see them stretch this one another round.
For a small little fault that we see here on a dent to the defense for the side of Leviathan. They tried to turn it all up a little bit more so they could actually flood with the flankers at the bottom, but when you're given too much space here for Envy to set up within the 8 site, they can just fault line from whatever position that they see and hear here from Exter. So fault line came out from Rossi, able to add some assists to the column here to allow Exter to get these picks, and also, as we call him out, getting a 2K within that previous round to shy away from that 314. And not shying away, though, is Leviathan. Northside Crunch.
Yeah.
Bonus round that they did a little bit of damage into Envy, but not only do they have a rifle round, they have an overdrive available for Spike.
All right. Full play towards A.
Go, go, go.
Have their flank watch, so this is all eyes ahead here on what this hit's going to be. And it's Envy's turn to choose the correct site. They'll get another free one. This really solidified them last round and being able to set up that garrison for post-plant, and they'll have quite a bit of time to get that spike in. They're going to trade it off first.
Alarm is being sounded as the chokehold just got picked from the back, so we're rolling thundering it, but there's nobody to support and fight that because they want to flirt towards their spawn.
This seems a little reactive at the moment. I'm sure Lev's happy to see that, so they can crash back in here, preparing for the take. And a peek from Exter to actually start it off for them. Sato grabs another one, and another peek towards spawn for Rossi as they try to figure out where the in would be to save this round, but it's all out the door. Lev's able to capitalize, 3 for blows, and that's going to be a 13th for Leviathan as they take down Envy.
Double 13-4 in the series. And I gotta say, that last round, they just lost all their timing. I respect the Rolling Thunder back towards that spawn on the south side because you wanted to try to find your timing to fight into the spawn, but they just gave up that space, they gave up that timing, and they got crunched in the end. But this just comes to show that you can try to prepare as much as you want here for the side of Envy, but Leviathan are definitely looking like that team that we expected them to be from this offseason going into this year of 2026, and definitely showing it now at this stage 1 of kickoff.
Crazy. Was that timeoutless, if you will call it that? Didn't even need one from Lev's side. They crushed through this. Sato, the man to steal your 5. Get to see it. He'll steal your ace and he'll laugh about it.
Yep.
What a play by this squad. And Envy, they have stated there's some troubles here and there. That they're a little rough around the edges in some spots, but I think Lev just played their game today. Whatever Envy was going to bring, I think Lev stepped out on top.
Played their game and had fun the whole time as well, and that guarantees them being that first team in the Americas to move into the playoffs with heavy and great shooting across the board of this young rookie team.
That'll do it for our first series of the day, but there's more to come, and right when we get back from the break, we'll have the Verizon post-match interview. Don't go anywhere.
welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. I'm standing by with Blows. Congratulations. Of course, you guys clinched now your playoff spot. We're going to talk a little bit about that in just a bit. But first, you guys took us to Fracture, okay? The pre-show, the devs, they were begging for a team to bring Fracture into the mix. We had to wait 2 long weeks. Why do you think other teams are not picking the map, and why did you pick it for today?
Primeiramente, parabéns pelo vocês conseguiram a vaga hoje, né? Seguraram a vaga para o playoff. Mas vamos falar disso daqui a pouco. Vamos falar sobre Fracture. O pessoal lá no estúdio estava falando que ninguém pegava essa. Vocês finalmente pegaram. Como é que foi a escolha?
Eu acho que é um mapa que o meta ainda está muito em aberto, então os times acho que não sabem muito ainda como jogar, que não tem um meta tão certo, e a gente conseguiu achar uma comp que a gente se sente muito confortável entre as funções. E é isso, a gente quis trazer hoje que a gente tem esse mapa muito confiante e muito confortável de jogar.
Yeah, we have this map very comfortable. We are very comfortable and confident with this map. I know that the meta is not even quite, you know, everybody's a little learning about their metas yet, so they're not picking that. But, you know, we're feeling comfortable and feeling good, so we picked that map today.
Yeah, and it looked dominant. Now let's talk about the playoffs. You guys clinched your spot in the playoffs, and you guys were just on fire at this stage. Let's talk about the journey for you and the team from kickoff to now and the adaptations that you guys have made along the way.
Como é que foi essa adaptação toda que vocês fizeram? O time está tão bem, você vieram do primeiro stage para agora, né, para o stage 1, do kickoff para o stage 1. Como foi essa mudança?
Acho que a principal mudança que a gente teve do kickoff para o stage 1 foi que a gente agora está jogando com o time completo desde o começo, porque a gente estava com um sub e era mais difícil de treinar, tinha que dividir bastante. Então agora a gente está muito confiante por isso que a gente está com um time completo e está sendo um treino muito bom.
Oh yeah, we finally have our complete team, right? We are working with a sub. I don't know, it's just things feeling, we are feeling confident with the whole team complete and the work is working.
The math is mathing, the team is teaming, it's looking good. Let's talk about what's ahead. Yes, you're clinched for the playoffs. You still have some more weeks of regular season play though in your group. Next up, MIBR. We expect a banger of a match there. How do you think you stack up in your current form?
Vocês ainda tem umas batalhas pela frente, o MIBR é o próximo. A gente está esperando um jogo muito bom, eletrizante. O que você está achando para isso?
Acho que o jogo contra o MIBR vai ser muito bom. Eles são um time que a gente não jogou ainda nenhum jogo, então eles estão muito bem também no campo, eles estão 2-0, então vai ser um jogo muito bom pra gente e pra eles. Acho que vai ser uma partida muito boa.
I think it's going to be a great game for both teams. They are also they haven't lost. They are 2-0, so this game promises a lot, and I think it's going to be fun to watch.
And we're all looking forward to it. Thank you so much for joining, and best of luck in that match. Thank you so much for the translation. Now back to our desk to break it all down with 2 special guests.
And our special guests are here. I'm glad, Satu, you're already getting comfortable with some of the pillows we've got here. We also have some pizza for you to enjoy. Before the show, we promised pizza, a whole pizza party to any team that was willing to play Fracture.
And you did it.
And you guys did it.
Damn. If I knew it was a thing, we wouldn't have done vetoes beforehand on with the team. I would just say, please just go Fracture. I want to eat pizza.
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like you knew that pizza was coming in because you crushed through that game so quickly. That was the fastest recorded match in America's history. Not just this year, literally ever. Did it feel that quick as it was going down?
It felt very fast, I can't lie.
Yeah.
Because also it was in Howling Abyss. We usually do the walkout, you're preparing for stage. Here we just you go straight to the game in Howling Abyss and just straight domination.
Yeah. Also, Sato, for you were playing the Waylay on Fracture. I didn't know if it was gonna be Phoenix, if it was gonna be the Neon as well. I was saying the last time that Liv played this map, King, you were actually playing the Neon. So how's the Waylay? Do you still like her?
Yeah, I mean it's looking fine. It's looking fine. I still find it pretty strong right now. I feel like it's a good mix between Neon and Waylay. I feel like they're a really strong duo right now, and yeah, having fun.
Do you think King should be playing the Neon?
100%, yeah.
I mean, those were some dark times.
Yeah, dark times. We don't need to revisit those. Look, it's all looking good for Lev right now.
Yeah,
so we're gonna keep it fun. We're gonna play a game here, blind rankings with ultimate. So basically, if you guys don't really know what's going down, I have 5 different ultimate abilities for our agents in Valorant. You can enjoy a pillow too, Dan.
It just spawned.
It just spawned in there. That was crazy. But I'm gonna give you 5 different ultimate ultimates one at a time. You have to rank them 1 through 5, 1 being the most powerful, 5 being the weakest. Both of you jump in here because the first one is Brimstone Ultimate, 1 through 5. Where do you want to put them?
I would say it's like we have to agree, right? We have to like.
I mean, if you want to take charge and you know just decide, go for it.
I want to talk with my boy. I'm just gonna say Brimald. It's pretty strong, but at the same time, there might be something stronger. I was gonna say 3 too.
3, okay. We can put them right down in the middle there. Keep it balanced for now. What about Omen Ultimate from the shadows?
You know, it can, you know, sometimes bring around, but like most of the times it's just like a repositioning ult. Doesn't really do much. 4, 5.
Oh, yeah, I mean you can do some set plays with it. I'll put it at 4.
4? You think there's worse ults out there?
Yeah, I'm expecting Vito ult. That's 5 for sure.
Okay, we'll see. What about Neon Ultimate? Everyone's favorite judge abuser.
Bro, I think it depends on the person that's using it.
That's so real.
I mean, for Spike,
I said that ult.
With you, it's a 5. Who's it a 1 for?
Spike.
Do you put it at 1 or 2?
Let's put it 2.
Play it safe.
Play it safe.
Play it safe? Okay. Okay, I like this. We're going through things quickly now. What about Sagel? Revive me.
Oh.
Fuck.
That's difficult because
it depends how much you
buy. 1 or 5.
Yeah. It all depends on
who you res.
Like
if you res me, that's a 100%.
But it depends on the last one. Like we can get the worst ult in the game, like Vito ult, or I mean, I don't know. You want to take the risk?
I feel it in my gut that the next one's gonna be strong ult.
You feel?
In my gut.
Okay.
I hope is Vito.
Okay, let's go 5.
I hope.
Okay. Revive going in last place. Well, the moment of truth, the final ultimate, Viper's Pit. Number 1?
Oh my!
Is that honest?
Oh, we're terrible at this game.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Number 1.
Where would you put Viper's Pit compared to these if you knew in advance it was going to be last?
Okay, I would put I think Omen ult last. I would put definitely. What was the first one? I already forgot.
It's
Viper's Pit.
Viper's Pit, Orbital Strike, Overdrive.
I've got them right here.
Overdrive first.
No wait.
Viper's Pit, Overdrive, Orbital Strike.
Is Viper's Pit actually the best of this list?
No.
Wait, which would you say it's the best? I'd say it's Orbital Strike.
I also agree it's Orbital Strike.
Brimstone ult.
The first one. Well, you know, that's why it's a blind ranking. You can't win every time.
Yeah.
Maybe next time. But it's been a great start of Stage 1 for both of you, and you've still got a whole day ahead of you with how quick you wrapped that one up. So we're going to say goodbye for now. Thanks so much for joining us. And for you at home, don't go anywhere. There's still one more match on the way after this.
It's going to be exciting. We're playing against Loud. Stylistically, I think they play pretty aggressive.
É time que eu quero enfrentar muito, então eu tô bem ansioso. Acho o estilo de jogo deles bem legal.
Still breaking out of that choke is so hard, especially the angles blows. Has Fallon makes it happen. Somehow Babybay does as well.
Eles têm estilo de jogo muito junto. O ponto mais forte deles é a irmandade dentro do jogo. O ponto fraco deles é que, como eles sempre estiveram no topo, a gente sempre assistiu muito eles, então a gente sabe como que eles jogam.
When I look at them from an outside perspective, I see like glimpses of brilliance. I'm going in with full respect, just gonna do our game and hopefully come out the W.
Oh my God, Fallon does it to him again.
Eles são bom time, nós somos bom time, então esperem uma partidaça.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this Friday. It's G2 versus Loud. Ender here, back on the couch with Athena and Dryad. We got our pros out of there. They're going to enjoy their pizza because we get to enjoy this great series. We're going to start it off with a side selection skirmish. Jogamo and Luke Show. Call it now. Who wins?
Luke Show.
Luke Show.
Wait,
Whoa.
that was so quick. Hold on.
I believe.
Do you know something?
No, but Luke Show is the GOAT.
Oh, you're saying Giacomo is not the GOAT. I can't believe you just said that.
That's pretty offensive.
I can't believe you just said that.
I'm going to say that Luke Show mechanically right now is definitely top 2 in America.
Do you respect him for taking the off in round 1, though?
It's probably a gentleman's agreement.
They've been doing
It was probably...
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's gentlemanly.
I like that he's updating his team.
I don't know if he's throwing up the 2-0 or G2's 0-2. I'm not really sure.
I think he would.
That's messed up, actually.
I think he would be smiling.
That's worse than...
Oh, he's just owning.
I respect it. Luke Show on the Clo, but finally Jogmo gets a kill for himself.
Yeah.
I really do appreciate him keeping us updated.
That's cute.
It's the little things.
It's because his team is watching. It's really cute when the whole team just sits there and watches.
Oh, they're all on the other side of the camera right now?
It's really cute.
That's great.
I love it.
Well, it does look like Luke Show's the GOAT for now.
Unless.
Unless.
Oh, they're coming back.
Oh, that pixel is insane, bro.
If Jogmo doesn't come back here, is he going to be out of his mind? Luke Show's going to be in his head,
dude,
crumbling in the real series. Well, it's a 5-2.
Just
like that.
Look at Jog. He's the chillest man on earth.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He is unbothered.
He's like, you might have won the battle, but I'll win the war.
Wait, what?
Huh?
He won the battle, but the war is the series. The side
what are you
selection.
talking about?
What? Sorry.
You
You think that Loud are gonna win?
Ooh, yes, of course.
All right, we'll get to that later because last year we saw G2 win 3 straight trophies in America. And now they're facing the possibility of 3 straight losses, potentially even dropping out of playoffs contention. This is what their schedule looks like. They've got Loud today, Envy, and Cloud9. These are the teams that started off a little bit weaker, but if they lose here, it could be dire.
I mean, this is looking really rough. They played arguably the 2 hardest teams that they have in their schedule already and lost 0-2 to them. I think it's a little bit of a motivator for sure because they need to win this next one in order to give themselves at least a better chance of qualifying for playoffs. And I think versus Loud, when you're looking at G2, you're thinking, well, this team is really good at playing standard, playing by the book, having that really patient play style. And for Loud, they're just a little bit more of that wild card beat. So I'm kind of interested, but I really think that G2, they need to lock this in for the sake of their mentals as well.
Definitely. I mean, there's been situations in the past who have had strong teams lose these early games, and all of a sudden their season disappears because it is only 5 weeks of play here. Dan, what can we sort of expect from G2 trying to bounce back here? Because it's not going to be easy going up against Loud.
I think they're going to be changing things up. I feel like that's what needs to happen. We talked about how they've been playing a little bit of the Harbor and a few of the maps, how they've been playing, for example, on Breeze, the Harbor without the Viper. Little things that I feel like even if I see the vision, it's not really working out for the team. It's not really working out to set up Leaf, for example, for success. So there's some pieces that need to connect, and I feel like just a few changes should be enough.
Yeah, I think changes on the other side important as well, because like G2, Loud also had a disappointing week 2 where Luke Show and Darker were completely shut out by MIBR.
Oh yeah, it felt like they couldn't get a lot of those openings that they originally got. And Darker, a lot of the time he was getting those alerts, getting those timings, were just being really annoying in the post-plant situations, clutching up. But it just felt like he couldn't get the ball rolling. And I think for Luke Show as well, he got a lot of those picks and got a lot of those kills, but I just didn't see him clutching out like he normally did.
It was pretty tough. I think this is really uncharacteristic and not something that we were expecting, even if we expected the result a little bit. Surely.
Whoa.
I can't talk for myself, honestly, this time around.
That's crazy.
But at least we expected Luke Show and Darker to get more value, especially because of how consistent they've been last year, this year, even when things are going wrong. I don't think that should be the case anymore, but it was tough.
It felt like they were always consistent and always top fragging. And and one of the main reasons why I was saying Luke Show in that skirmish is because Luke Show, he by himself is one of arguably, I would say, one of the best aimers mechanically when it comes to Americas. He's just always been so good at getting those picks, getting those kills, even the ones that look kind of insane. And so I feel like, you know, going into this, I'm hoping to see them just kind of back on the roll. And that's a really cute picture.
Insane.
Wow. That is really
2023.
With the guard jersey still on.
Crazy.
Absolutely wild. But I think despite G2's record, they're still going to be the favorite going in here,
No,
right?
they're not.
Sorry, wait, no, they're not?
No, they're not.
According to who?
Where's the board? Where's the board? I've been cooking. I've been cooking recently. I've been thinking about it. Everybody was making fun of me because I picked Loud last week. And let me explain this.
They're still making fun of you.
Why they're going to win. First of all, let me...
Where did you get the laugh go from, bro?
Number one, let's think
here?
about it. Loud. What is loud? Loud is sound. What is sound? Energy. Energy? Who are they? The champions of last year.
Okay,
so Loud are the champions of this match.
I don't think I really want to hear any of this, Dan. Dan, I'm sorry, we have
100% when they win
the first this round's ready in just a minute. Uber White are going to be on the other side of the mic. You're going to have to stop this right now.
You're
because
undefeated
we
against
have
G2.
Valorant to play. Don't go anywhere.
When you've played FPS as much as we have,
you have tried every mouse, every shape.
And we know shape matters.
Shape is key. This one has both our experience,
our family name,
the next piece of our legacy.
Built for the big stage,
for the biggest moments. The Susanto Brothers Mouse.
Preserving my energy, don't you belittle me. Notice asymmetry, I'm in the field, I'm in the lead. Gassed up and you running on E. Walk tall cause you standing on stilts. Elevated cause the rock that I'm on. Celebrated cause it's up and we gone. Out of here, reach a new level, that stratosphere. I'm not a star, raising a bar. Light on me cause the sun with me. Fork down and the bros with me. High achieve cause achieve with me. Haters mad cause I move swift. Stay humble, I won't lose grip. I bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Alley hoop, how we came up. Starting 5, we ain't change up. Back to back to back teams. Championship rings. Ayy, beast in the east. 305, how I'm bringing the heat. 4-0, that's what we calling the sweep. Dominating, never smelling defeat. Ha, hey, shot clock, no, I ready assist. Show 'em why.
King has to step up now, but he won't. How do they win that?
Neon Judge, una combinación que no puede fallar. Fíjate con la doble, la triple también. Super jugable, 1 contra 1, 6 balas para Virte. Y el headshot y el 4K.
Folks, you would not believe how many times he adjusted his casual pose before the cameras came to us. Welcome back to the couch.
I'm just trying to be chill, man.
Over here with Wyatt, of course. Jumping into a game with two teams, honestly, that have probably raised more questions than answers over the last few weeks, especially in G2's case, since Masters Santiago. Loud here, obviously, look, a scrappy win against Envy to start off this stage 1, and then an utter blasting against MIBR.
A W with their assistant coach, by the way.
Yes.
One day, Loud will have their starting 5. We're still waiting, but that's okay. Because honestly, respect to Bati. He's been their assistant coach, but he's got a little like tier 2, kind of tier 3 challengers experience, and he's been pretty all right, man. I think he's, for the expectations, he's been meeting them. He's been contributing.
I do want to say that we're getting to the point now, though, when we're looking at London very closely, and we're scrutinizing these two teams whose prospects of attending those events are in grave doubt, let alone playoffs at all. G2 are obviously 0-2 right now, but it's been quite a heavy strength of schedule. That said, I think they still, fail to sort of live up to expectations, whereas now we're still trying to figure out where to put these guys. And you're right. Working with Bati, we're still seeing this team make the best with what they have and try and make a late run into Stage 1 playoffs, but that's going to require them, frankly, to have success here. Let's jump headfirst into our video here. It's actually G2 picking the Haven. There's 2 maps in this pool that G2 haven't played yet in Stage 1.
Yeah, both Haven and Pearl. Breeze has been one that both of these teams have played, so no surprise to see that as the decider. No real surprises in the bans here either, especially the first 2. Both of them have been perming Fracture, and if you're Loud getting that second ban, yeah, just get rid of Bind. That's always been G2's, best or one of their best maps. Haven, though, yeah, I'm curious, just on account of this being the G2 pick, and I get my kind of frame of thought for this Haven map is, okay, G2 have not played Haven yet in this stage. Yeah. They had a lot of success in kickoff playing Phoenix and Yoru. Well, Yoru, see ya, brother. Yeah. You're out the meta, right? So are they going to mix things up in regard to
what does that Phoenix Neon overhaul look like?
I mean, Phoenix Neon is the standard, and yeah, that is what they're going to go with. So Leaf is going to play the Phoenix. He was on the Yoru before. That's an easy little swap. You get Baby Bay on the Chamber, a role more so than the Vice where he can have a takeover game, though, I mean, respect to him. His Vice has been super consistent.
We were wondering whether, we kind of felt that Leaf would be picking out one of these duelists, right? We actually wondered if it would be the Neon. He's got like 500 or so Neon official rounds under his belt. But going back towards the Phoenix here sort of makes sense. Does feel like this is the kind of map where G2 found success, with the Phoenix in their comps prior to this now, and they're going to try and fold it in.
That Phoenix, though, in the hands of Jaw, was looking nuts.
On Pearl especially, yeah.
He was frying when he was on that agent in kickoff. Like, that's when he turned things around because he
They beat G2 13-3 on Pearl.
Yeah, if you remember, they had Jaw playing a lot of the Waylay, and it was kind of so-so. He goes to the secondary duels roles, is playing the Phoenix, and he was lighting teams up. Yeah. So, and we'll see if Leaf can do much of the same. On Loud, it's obvious the players are looking at to step up here. It's Luxio and Darker. Luxio right now heading into this server is the highest in pretty much all stats across two teams.
It was NRG rather, they beat in kickoff 13-3 on Pearl. We'll get to that though. Cross the bridge when we get there. It's going to be Luxio opening up the account as Leaf attempts to play off his own flash with limited backup and no presence from B main from G2.
Yeah, that's just a pure solo play. Immediately punished. And Darker going to get some control of lobby. Do G2 want to press for some space elsewhere, try to find a pick to even this up? Yeah, they do. Okay, awkward, but yeah, fair play to Jaw.
Yeah, Jaw obviously able to find the headshot there. He does drop low. Here's Baby Bay. He's going to have to rendezvous one out. It's going to be instantly smoked. He might still look to try and play into this, though. Oh, he's going to get some action. Right clicks, though, not quite connecting. Barty gets on the board, though, as Valen does push right off that A side and gets caught.
Yeah, Valen just wants to continue that push through, punished. Love that double peek into the smoke. And I like the Louder just keeping a slow pace to the round right now. Isolate Jaw backside. This one's as good as done unless Trent makes a miracle happen.
Spike planted. Sip.
Not too shabby. Trent obviously an unreal game recently against Leviatán, at least the first map.
The 24-6 actually just solo destroyed them, and then they lose the subsequent 2 maps. And for the first time in America's regular stage history, they lose 2 series back-to-back. Yeah. Really just not used to seeing G2 lose, well, kind of at all in Americas. So to find them at 0-2 and in some amount of danger of not qualifying for playoffs is crazy.
I do think like the whole process of self-discovery that G2 kind of began in Santiago when they were running up against these like Nongshim Red Force, neon-based comps, and they were trying to find a middle ground, I feel like, between playing the hyper-aggressive style and a really slow, static style. And I feel like on some maps, that's kind of why we've gotten the Harbor sort of brought in here. Still trying to carve out their niche.
Yeah,
it's not a fully refined idea, though, right? So it kind of explains why we see some up and down performances. And the road into playoffs for G2 is a little softer than their one up until now, in fairness.
Yeah, they play the 2 other best teams in the group. So, honestly, I think everyone's just expecting them to bounce back. Still feels like they're a favorite to make it into the playoffs despite not having a win yet. Let's see what they can do on this eco round. Looks like they're just set up for a simple flash, dash kind of play with the neon out.
Yep, this time he's getting some backup. Timing, though, is the question. There's the relay bolt, though, nicely done. And that's going to allow for the Phantom of Verdi to be recovered pretty quickly. Looks like the Ghost play here, making no small amount of sound as he works his way over towards this C side of the map, and Trent will instantly seize, catches 2. This is really going to slow things down for Loud.
G2 have already got 3 players on C. If Loud overcommit here, they could get boomed.
They're just going to hit this one. I feel like they're priced into it at this stage. Nice ping, Haunt reveals 2. Barty and Luxio, they're going to throw down, and it's all on Jorg. A long way from the action, at least with a Phantom to work with, but this is, again, a slow work into the plant for Loud.
Yeah, pretty fortunate that Loud have the GOAT in Luxio, and it doesn't matter what weapon he has. He's just going to collect the kills when you're 3-on-3 taking the site, but maybe Jaw can clutch this up.
Spike planted.
Should be a double swing, double face! Oh, okay. Kawanzine able to survive, actually unblemished. Full health out of the round. And Luxio here, I think, is a top 4 player in ACS this stage. So despite Loud having some really up and down fortunes, it's kind of insane what Luxio's been able to provide.
Yeah, top in this server, ACS, kills per round, average damage per round, and is clearing everybody on G2 in those regards. No one from G2 has really been taking over so far. Some major statistical drops when you're comparing kickoff to now. For Valen playing a lot of the Harbor, Leaf switching up his role quite a bit. Baby Pay has been the consistent factor for this team playing the Vice.
Okay, here's that solo.
Again, solo swinging out and goes down.
There's no push down B main, there's no nothing. Now, this position has to be picked up by Jorg and just gets spammed down through the smoke. This is getting ugly. Valen caught inside, stunned up, but still able to at least find his. Still a very rough start to G2's buy. I'd rather see the gimmicky play on A long again, frankly. They're going to be caught out of the sight here and not in a great position to get anything else done between Trent and Baby Bay.
His defense is not looking particularly inspired at the moment, Mitch.
Well, it's just not particularly elegant
not
either.
Thrilled about what I'm seeing here. I mean, you're right. The play on the eco round, it feels like that had more thought behind it than what's happened on the other 2 rounds, including the pistol and the buy round, the somewhat more important rounds. On the eco, at least, there's like that double up play, the flash with the bolt, 2 players swinging together. This is just 2 rounds where Leaf goes for its solo, which, hey, if you're a Phoenix on Haven, yeah, you want to mix up a play like that a little bit. You can go for that nice garage peek, but...
And clearly, G2 value trying to control garage as much as they can to avert those C-side splits, but picking up the garage position is leaving you vulnerable. Baby Bay tried to fight, he had to face 2 down. That's not ideal. Barty just quietly, I mean, a pretty good start to this game. G2 are serving a couple up on a silver platter, if I'm honest with you, but hey, we'll take those.
Yeah, that's got to feel good for him. Hey, I like it. If you're watching this and you want Loud to win, to see the assistant coach getting some early kills. He got 2 on the pistol, the immediate confidence boost. It's like, wait a second, maybe I should just be starting on this team. Get me in.
Sign me up. It's a weird time to be following this G2 team. We are seeing Leaf sort of pick up a duelist here, but I've got to say, between kickoff and now, we've seen a pretty precipitous drop in his performance. I think ADR, it's like a 17 to 20% drop, right? But he was definitely someone that was going to be able to be leaned upon much more frequently. You touched on VALORANT as well. Kind of would give you those captain's games once the series, those IGL performances really pop off. He's not on Harbor here on this map, but we have sort of seen those performances look fewer and further between so far.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to that last game that G2 had in America's kickoff to qualify for the first Masters this year, where VALORANT went 65-33, playing the Astra to 3-0 MIBR. And so far, across all the games he's played Harbor, he's only got 57 kills so far. He's just not putting up the same numbers playing this Harbor. And the agents where he was going crazy, where he was fragging, now Leaf is playing, and he's not putting up as many numbers. So it feels like there are just some comfort issues at the moment with them trying to get this Harbor forced into their comps. We'll see if that'll persist on later maps. I mean, here they're just playing the standard kind of the moment comp.
Yeah. I will say G2, they're running out of rope, though. Running out of time to get things sorted out before we start to head towards playoffs. I suppose with a 2-3, you're an outside chance, but things have to sort of break in your favor if you want to be part of playoffs.
Yeah, now, by the way, with Leaf playing Garage so much as well, G2, they are not playing into getting these orbs for the Phoenix, which is an important win con.
I mean, when Leaf's trying to get all these orbs every round, bro, he's trying to swing out of
trying to get them via killing people. He's getting them from dying. He's getting one around.
That's right.
Louder just contacting into their site. Are they going to catch a timing here? Danger for Trent. Wow, great.
Yeah, Angle picked up beautifully from Baby Bay, setting at the back of the spike. I think Loud really just focused in on Trent there. That shoulder peek had all 3 heads turn. TP up in heaven, it's not faked. So Barty's made his way through, but this round, wheels essentially fallen off the card here. It's only Luke Shaw who's still in that sewer position, hoping someone wraps the A site and checks for him. He knows he's going to have to make a move pretty soon because, yeah, that lobby spot is going to be crawling with G2.
Yeah, Loud really just hoping that G2 get exploratory. And they will, but the flash is nice from Leaf.
Leaf got a good flash play. Let's go. It wasn't just turned, and he was instantly killed this time.
Another orb.
There we go. Farmed. Well, absolutely farmed. That was really nice, though, from Dre. Obviously, he picks up that spot there from Connector for a 3-piece on the site.
Yeah, really what I'm looking at heading into today for G2, we're already talking about it, but it's just this individual performance stuff where Dre has been their most consistent player on the Vice primarily, but that's not an agent where you can really take over the game. You can have a lot of impact, and he's putting up really good numbers on it.
I got you, butters.
But the Chamber, that's a takeover agent.
Yeah.
And I feel like if there's one player to do that for G2 right now, it's him, it's Dre.
So this time Leaf's over in B main. No swing out early. Barty TP's in a spawn. He stuck it! Oh, draw!
Yeah.
Wasn't born yesterday.
By the way, yeah, he threw a smoke over towards A heaven, so Barty's trying to make it seem like, yeah, I'm definitely going over there, guys. But yeah, Jaw, he heard him. Aware.
They pull back into the spawn there, paying off the G2, but VALORANT is caught out. Shot Astra down. So your stall potential really very limited now.
Yep, this C-side is wide open. Poison Cloud for main. They're going to have Verdi on this late delayed flank. Can he get any value playing from window?
He is entrenched here. He's going to hear all of this action as well, and no one's checking that corner. Trent's down, and now, yes, Baby better have his wits about him. He's trying to clear this corner. Verdi tries to emerge, but BabyBay has the stopping power.
And that offers a lot of delay. When they're getting into this site now, press for time, Lucho is just going to rip that steel garden.
All right, here is electrifying forward from Jaw. Side out of the site. Here's Leaf trying to get involved. This is scrappy stuff. It's down to BabyBay to work his way in from the site, and again, he delivers. And yeah, a nod of the head. He knows he's him right now.
Hero for the team. Important delayed trade on Verdi in mid. That was crucial. Wins that 1v1. Kawanzini maybe regretting going for the peak, but low HP. Just wanted to try to catch some kind of timing there. Didn't want to back up and play with his ult.
Just stopping this game from getting away from G2 in these early rounds.
It's crazy that that round even felt so dangerous, given that their smokes player died 2 seconds into the round. We're still in winnable position. Like, I'm still a little nervous for G2, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that one's gonna get some wind in your sails now if you're G2. Another one of those buy-up rounds for Loud falling flat, but now Odin in the hands of Kawanzini. Hannes Fury at the ready. And of course, we have a judge in the hands of BabyBay. What's he going to do? Play at a mid? Now, Leaf might actually have someone to play off him. Because he's conditioned the whole solo flash and die thing.
G2 have some great ults for a retake here, including Leafs, Nightfall as well. What's nice as well, when G2 have this chamber, they get their best opper on the op.
Yep.
Opping on Vice, not ideal.
Yep.
So BabyBay can take over with that weapon.
You've cursed him because he's missed, but here we go. Luke Show starting to amble his way over towards C long, and Valorant's crept up again. He's in an awkward spot.
This guy is just him. He's already gotten a number of high-impact frags to just crack open one side of the map.
Jaw's going exploring on the same angle. This could be, I mean, he really needs to double down. What's the timing looking like? Not bad, but not quite good enough. Leaf now aware that they're coming for him. He'll hear the neon cross and get ready. What's he got to work with now? Barney's going to show his back. Trigger discipline? Yep, it's there in spades. Unfortunately, the spray transfer not quite as much. It's even in numbers now. Luke Shaw a little bit low up on that side. Decayed down by this Nightfall. Prowler in is able to avoid it for the time being. There's still no plant. There's some stall here. The G2 turns his face to
no health.
Luke Shaw has 4 kills on the round. And BabyBay misses another crucial shot. What is going on? How have Loud emerged with that round win?
Luke Shaw is just actually goated, man. He's insane. He gets the crucial opening kill here, down to 47, gets the trade, eats a bullet to the body, and then he just swings, gets the trade, swings, insta.
He's decayed to 1, bro.
Unbelievable. He is unbelievable. Like, it's so basic to say, but in a meta where we're seeing like very consistent comps, constant mirrors, obviously it's, you know, a little different here, but this is a pretty classic Haven comp, Louder playing just with the Vice instead of the KJ. Like, so much of the game right now is the micro, and if Lucho and Darker are just on point, they could take over, and that could be the catalyst of a Loud upset win.
Okay, Joe runs in there with the rifle. Able to find His. This is a bit uncomfortable for Trent, but Leaf was able to swing off that. Look at this emphasis for G2 over towards the A-long part of the map. But with Bati down, that is an Omen off the table. Hannes Fury still active here, and okay. We're running it back.
He just, yeah, finally has an opportunity to use that ult, but all of Loud have run away. This timing from Luke Show is beautiful as well.
He's so deep there into connector. Trent not ready for it at all, and yes, some information gained off that runner back, but Leaf didn't have the chance to throw down. B-side secured. Now, mind you, this is a post plant without the attack side Omen.
Prepare yourself for cringe, Mitch. Look at Kawanzini. He's got the ult. He's got the Odin. It's planted for a window. He is ready to spam.
Yeah, straight through that Viper's pit. Hannes Fury as well. Should he even need it? BabyBay's going to make his first foray out of Garage here. Potentially pinched, but I don't think, yeah, there's any presence in mid-window right now. Okay, gets a better of Darker into the side, but goes Kawanzini emerges, ready to play off this post plant. Leaf here has to get rid of the bolt, and here's that Hannes Fury now being sent off. The sound cue is more than enough to spur Kawanzini into action. Leaf is going to get blown away by a light breeze at this stage. He is that low. Kawanzini with a shock dart to the side, it misses! The Odin does not. He has 3 different ways to play post plant there. One of them has got to work.
Beautiful. The exact Valorant you want to see. The optimal cringe maneuver. I mean, but look at this. By the way, again, Lucho, they're down a player. Just walk forward, gets the perfect timing, evens things up into the 3-on-3.
Like, I'm not mad. When defense side retake comes from push out of Garage and that's all you've got, because Lucho pushes into connector and finds that early frag, gets so deep, then you should be winning that round.
This is a map that Loud did test MIBR on. They got 10 rounds. Typically, I feel like Loud have been better on defensive half so far on this stage, and yet they're up 5-2 right now on attack. They're going into this A execute. They have the Steel Garden. Verdi can just pop his ult, start running around and being annoying.
Eyes on Captain here. VALORANT has had a slow start.
Look at Leaf. He's pushed all the way down into window, and it looks like Loud want to double back, at least for a moment, to re-clear.
He didn't flash out this round, though. Is there any info to be gained here? The noise cut from Loud? Oh, yeah, I do think Leaf has heard a bit of this. Oh, he is in a perfect spot. No one's there to play off him, though. There's no crossfire potential here on B, so Leaf has to be careful. Going 1 for 1 is not enough. He's got a gold mine here.
Unless they all just go through Garage too early. Okay, well, that's...
Oh, the spike! Oh, this is perfect now. Time by Jorgamo's going to the other end of the pincer. Leaf couldn't quite get there in time, though. Georgia straight up loses that fight. Still, the spike, that's the issue. It's on the other side of the blaze wall. Look what G2 are playing from now. They back off it entirely. Steel guarded, because you've got to find something to get you out of this predicament.
Yep, Verdi, run in there and pick up that spike. All right. Nice job on the second try. Now they get into this C site for free. They have the poison cloud for main. Verdi can still run around with his ult and be annoying even at low HP. Luxo has another Thorns to delay, so like a bit of decent utility, but really it's just Loud in these weird flank positions right now that are going to be so annoying.
And then there's no like C-long control though at all here for Loud, but that's not something G2 are in a position to make use of at all. It's Luxo trying to fight in a garage here.
It's unbelievable that he even gets one there. He's prowlered out.
And they're going to stack up. Loud putting all their eggs in this one basket, in this corner. Darker and Verdi back-to-back, relay bolt! Yeah, it's about as you'd expect it to be. Baby Bay, another one on the board, but it's a 3K on the round for Leaf. Finally get some of that action.
That was a nice re-clear from G2 into Garage. Luxo gets the one, but yeah, ultimately he's going to get traded out, stuck behind box. And Loud were just not wise to that push down mid at all. I do think that's the first time someone from G2 has done that, so good variation from Leaf.
Leaf knows. He knows that it's really just him there in mid-window, so plays it conservatively. Honestly, the timing really pans out in his favor. But hey, he'll take the conversion there. 12-7 is Luxo.
Looks like Loud might be keeping it simple on this round. Just put that wall up on A and just sprint down C immediately. Verdi probably pop an ult. Something like that.
Astra Util is going to have to do a heck of a lot of heavy lifting to slow this down. And yeah, it's going to be tough. Allen gets some free damage for relay bolt in the corner. Jordo's getting involved, playing for around the corner. That should be enough. G2 clearly have the stopping power. Loud on a bit of a lower buy, of course. And they will put him in the wood chipper.
Yeah, having that crossfire a choke and one guy with the judge, not bad. That is going to work out for G2 every day of the week. All right. Well, that was a sick little shot, but this is going to result in Loud's economy being broken, by the way. So G2, great opportunity to actually tie this game up, win this round, and then just anti-eco the next one.
Pretty impressive start to stage 1 for Darko. I think he comes out and just racks up 25 kills a map in that first series they played, that scrappy one against Envy. Last week for the series, 13 kills. A very quiet series. Obviously, you're playing
against MIBR. It's a real clickbait headline.
Yeah.
I do like the framing.
Oh, no. Yeah. There's like there's an 80% reduction in kills from week 1 to week 2. Yep.
They do get destroyed by MIBR, who are arguably the best team right now, if inarguably, right? So, you know, that's a factor.
I see a big number, but I click. I see 74% decline in kills from week 1 to week 2. Sign me up. But again, I think that Darko's going to be someone we're going to be tracking.
Yeah, it's him and Luxo. The two of them on defense specifically is where they're racking up a ton of kills. That is where Loud have been at their best so far.
I think that right now, especially with how this metagame is panning out with a lot of these like double duelist comps, or like, you know, with less of a macro focus on the game, we do want to look at the week-to-week performance of these players that are expected to carry a lot of that load, right? I want to also see like how these Loud youngsters react to what G2 try and throw at them. We're looking for some, especially as you get to the attack side, so that mid-rounding prowess shine through a little bit. But this in general was a great quick rotation to the site by Jaw, and VALORANT honestly just makes himself hard to extract.
Yeah, Jaw getting on that crossfire, having the stun to cut off the rest of the team. Easy, quick response for G2. Timeout from Loud. Not a bad time to get one of those in the mix. They're going to be on this eco round for the next. Darker saved that one rifle. And then from there, we'll see what they can do. It's unlikely they're going to really have ults to play with for the rest of this half. Romanilli, he's discussing. You can see the passion in his words, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, I think that round, we saw it going in. It wasn't a lot of bells and whistles on it there. Like, pretty straightforward. Try and play with pace over towards that C side of the map. It does look like in the prior rounds, Loud giving G2 a chance to like overexpose an individual like Leaf or Valen and have them picked off first is actually a bit more conducive to those round wins, right? So maybe just giving G2 enough that rope to hang themselves with might be the better approach, and just to slow the pace down.
All right, what do we got here? Some classic Bucky for the Neon. Fast play to get some A control, sending that molly down short.
Yeah, no fast thrust up A long for G2 this round. And Neon's over on the C side. Could be good early info for the defenders, though, if they want to go for a foray. And yeah, Jaw is already starting to inch forward there.
Yeah, so Loud throw a lot of that A control util. With the molly short, you get the smoke on long. So that's threatening for G2, who are pushing 2 players down C long. The Vice wall is there.
Yep. You're a double duelist comp on defense. Got to get some kind of action going early, or find a way to get information. And with duelist comps, you just really need to play contact and prepare to take a fight.
I like this response from G2, though. When all the util is thrown early A, they just take tons of space on the opposite side of the map, and they can quickly go for a double flank if they are just playing A for retake, where they have Baby Bay try to take that first engagement. Maybe he gets a kill, cool, teleports away, gets back up to heaven, and then, you know, they're retaking from all angles.
Slow around, as we kind of discussed earlier. This is a spot that Drake can fall off very quickly. Damage on Verdi. Have to be satisfied with that. Back in heaven now. Overdrive active. Verdi, yep, down to 51 after that brief exchange.
Yeah, that's probably just going to expire at this point. You're going to have Valen be able to maybe throw a wall down for this retake as well. Could use the Cosmic Divide.
Here comes G2 now getting in position for this, but bear in mind...
That'll be awkward given they're double flanking.
Yes.
Trent gets the first.
That's Barty out of the picture now as well. Here's the Cosmic Divide that comes down. G2 sparing no expense here, even on a lighter buy round from Loud. On the corners, Verdi really wants some of this Bucky value, but shows a little bit too much leg, and Baby Bay's able to bring him down. And that's all she wrote, folks. 4 guns carried out of the round by G2. They are back in this game.
Yeah, maybe if Verdi was able to get the first with the Bucky, there could have been some danger there, but after G2 realized that all of Loud are pushed in front of the wall because they have to be to fight close at the chokes, those 2 flanking guys, they can just sprint in there, so everyone on Loud gets completely pincered. It's a nice little play.
Yep.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, the double flank came through. Pretty important. Yeah, okay, you've got to be satisfied with this. A bit of a rockier start to a map that, frankly, you were feared on as G2 in kickoff. Baby Bay's got himself the op in hand. 1 away from that tour de force as well.
Right, so Bati wants to throw that long control smoke down again. G2 could try to just prowl their flash out of it. Wow, they're running down everywhere. Jaws down mid. Pressure on A.
Now we're starting to see what a Neon Phoenix comp on defense on Haven looks like.
And Trey's down C long. G2 just aggression everywhere. They pushed every lane early round.
So they got a ton of map control. How did Loud figure their way through? Let's hear.
Vou bancar, banquei. Ó, bang Morreu. Acho que a Chamber é C, pá, Luke. Dá pra ir C. Ok, Nian tava meio e Astra devia estar a jogar para o C, ok? Rushou, para.
Spike down, attacker spawn. 1 enemy remaining. Have the spike.
Nice try, não faz mal. Para de gritar, galera. Vamos pra luta.
Right. Well, somewhere out there on Haven, Luke Show's ankles are left.
That's a
shattered.
Great play here from Trent. Leaf goes down first. What? What?
Even he can believe it, yeah.
Mental. And the Neon ult in a 1v1 clutch situation is actually just unbeatable.
Yeah,
it's frustrating. It gives you such an insane advantage.
Yeah, that is brutal stuff. Nice conversion there by Jaw.
I mean, unless you're, I guess, Trent stunned up. Verdi didn't ult, but, I mean, he just gets one-tapped. Stuns are fake, I guess.
It was the most assertive round we've seen from G2 on this map, though. Pushing up on all extremities. This round, not so much. It's just Baby Bay playing forward off the rendezvous.
I like the kit, though. Has the judge to play close with the smoke and has the AWP.
Again, some of these shots off our primary AWPer for G2 have been a little bit streaky.
It looks like they maybe want to throw the spike over to Lucio so he can get the Steel Garden with a plant as they head into this B. Sight Up Body just going to get it down safely. They have the Hunter's Fury for the post plant as well.
Ouch!
Body!
TP back into the bloody wall!
He wanted to, oh, God.
Okay. Okay, Verdi gonna struggle there, brought low, and a very quick retake here from G2, but you've got to say one of the freest of free kills you could ask for there for Leaf. Hunter's Fury comes in, able to catch Leaf out. Look at the push into it! What? Caught by Darker. They are protecting this over. Time ticking. Trent a little bit low for the time being. Kawanzin's Odin is going to work. They've got to push out and take this fight. Kawanzin for 3 on the round, and Baby Bay is just so low. Can he get a touch? He'll be revealed here. Kawanzin can just play with his food before going in for the final chop. Oh, not bad, Baby Bay, but unfortunately, it's just not quick enough.
That looked pretty disastrous for Loud. They gave the entire site, but we're losing players while doing it. It's a 2 versus 5. G2, they try to rush them down. No. But while they're doing that, no one is able to get onto the spike. They can't even get it to half in that moment because that ult was coming out with a Hunter's Fury. That is tough.
And you can see G2 trying to push into that mid-window position. They just can't get there. It's real ugly in the end.
I feel like based on what we've seen from Loud so far, getting 6 here on attack, not terrible. Their defenses have typically been better, in my opinion.
Pretty lively start to this series here between G2 and Loud. Haven, of course, much more waiting in the wings in our second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
G2 looking to unveil their Haven pick here in Stage 1. Obviously, in Chile, they were undefeated. Santiago 4-0 on this map. Definitely one of their best, and obviously they bring it back into the fold pretty quickly, albeit with a new look. Leaf is on the Phoenix. You know, we didn't really see him going for those ult orbs on a ton of those rounds, though, Wyatt. He's playing out of Garage instead of maybe on A-Long.
Not a lot of A-Long. Yeah, I'm curious to see how much G2 are going to play into that on this attack half, because you do want to just be cycling that ult over and over and over. They're talking about all those wins. Yeah, I mean, Jaws Phoenix on this map was incredible, so I think Leaf is stepping into some large shoes that need to be filled here.
All right, there's Baby Bay early, looks over towards Verdi and Co. Let's take a glancing blow. This Headhunter! Okay, just the one. Verdi slides on in. Bandit in the hand. Barty has to try and hold his own. He's overwhelmed in the end. Kawanzin, though, good composure. Leaf is going to be stopped in his tracks, and that leaves the spike out essentially in no man's land. Valen needs to find a creative way to recoup and find his way through this setup here for Loud. Verdi's pushed deep, and Valen seems to have an awareness that the Neon might still be on this part of the map. Relay Bolt catches on, though.
Just run. Yep. Just run. Don't take that fight. Get out of there. You got the info on Valen. He can go meet up with his teammates. They can play around the spike that's down.
And this one should be pretty short-lived, as Valen is going to be swinging into a double face. See, waiting him out, Verdi and Luxo. Ooh, timing. Okay, surely not.
No, fair attempt.
Were we going to get the Valen round? No, not yet. Pistol here for Loud.
Second one.
G2 had to clamber back from a bit of a deficit in that first half. 6-round defense side is, hey, not too shabby. Really got to see him turn up here, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of just wondering if the 6-round defense was enough, because I know I just keep harping on about Loud on defense, but man, when Darker and Lucio are rolling, they are a brick wall.
Barty's playing some good Valorant so far, I'm not going to lie.
I like that response on the pistol with the double push down C long when they realize that the majority of G2 are pushing through Garage, so they get that isolate on Baby Bay and then keep the C long control. That was a good response. Jaw here, full armor with the Bucky, down to 250. And they lose a player immediately on account of this outlaw.
Yeah. Taking some damage. Jorgamo down at 30 armor, 90 health. Here's Jaw! My goodness! Finds himself the one, but that's about it. Classic for Verdi's able to shut Leaf down. And Baby Bay says, guess we'll just salvage what can be gained.
Yeah, G2 pause for a brief moment and then just instantly re-accelerate into A. Bati had already pivoted there from B, so there's 3 players locking it down, and all they have is the Bucky to get open. Well, someone just said the funniest thing of all time.
Yeah,
Baby Bay straight cackling on the cam. I mean, at least the spirits are high.
Don't mess with the Botox,
Someone being a jokester.
Keep a straight face. In fairness, though, look, 15-8's been solid. Even though when we've been on board with Baby Bay, some of those op shots have been a little wayward. Just G2 having to ease into this game a little bit, but at 0-2, coming into your third of 5 games in regulation play here in Stage 1, you're kind of running out of free maps to give.
Yeah, we said it at the top of this map, but a dangerous one to pick for G2. Yeah, Loud, they're 0-1 on it, but they got 10 rounds against MIBR in their loss. Yep. That's pretty good.
Yeah, no, we'll call it a quality loss, I think, even though the next map in that series was left a bit to be desired.
Okay.
Okay, what? Oh, he sees his shoulder, man. That is nice.
Yeah, and there's Jaw trying to get in there, but even at that, he's so far ahead of the rest of the team. He goes 1 for 1, and no one can really trade. And even when they're trying, they have classics. That's tough.
Nice from Verdi. I mean, someone who didn't look super comfortable as a Yoru player in kickoff, though.
Jaw's just going back to the Bucky on attack Neon for the full buy round.
Yep. Really just wants to abuse this as much as possible. He got tagged up.
Shot. Oh, God.
Got pinged as well in sewer. Loud are very ready for this. How did G2 fight their way out of this one? Let's listen in.
Nice. I'll prowler mid. Hold.
Bye, C.
2A, Jake's 2A.
Yo, can we plant B? Yeah. We should just speed it up then.
Yeah. I'll prowler A link.
Use util. Walling A link, walling C link.
Heard. He's in.
Wait, cancel.
Oh, Shrentzel on Neon 2?
Flash behind you. Yes, both B. Hold on, facing.
Both. Back side.
Almost.
Back side, close right.
Show soon.
One enemy remaining.
He was close right.
Close right for sure. I heard reload. Nice!
Yo, I just got full.
Nice! Hot dog.
Nice recovery there for G2. Just like some solid line holding there down C long for Baby Bay gives him a bit of a free kill. And they're almost trying to call a cancel there on that B side as a Vice Wall came up.
Yeah, we're already seeing Baby Bay. Well, we're just a couple rounds in, but kind of getting that similar value to Luke Show of just the slow lurking around C, B, finds an opening pick. And then when he gets that bot, he tries to get some more space back on A, but walks into the Bucky. So from there, G2 are able to really just pick wherever they want to go on the map and execute, and they spot Luke Show on C, the Vice. So yeah, they're like, let's get into B.
They wanted to accelerate, but they weren't expecting the Vice util to be over at the B side.
Yeah, at least the wall, but all good, right? And that is a pretty common setup that Loud are using on this map. They basically always have the Viper wall extending from like C towards Garage, and then Luke Show playing on C. We'll usually just have 1 Thorns thrown down. That's just for back sight control. There it was at the choke. But
idea's the same.
That's a pretty critical part of it. Yeah, just your Vice. I mean, so much of this meta is Vice plays somewhere, slows down attackers. Neon, run over and help. and the death ball comes and they all help the Vice.
It's the same idea to the Astra, right? We saw
Yeah.
Valen trying to slow things down on C with some of the util and York coming to his rescue. So idea is the same here. But again, if you're just playing passively on that C long and just getting a pick and then working a different site, pulling the defenders around the map, then that stall plan on C just doesn't really have validity.
All right, critical round in the half. Odin picked up for Cowan, Zine off in the hands of Verdi. This is Loud having everything operational that they want for their defense in terms of the weapons, the utility, the setup that they've got with Darker and Luke Show towards this C side. B being played for retake, just the wall and the Thorns to slow.
Verdi actually contacting up Sewer at the moment, so going to be able to hold that line with the op. That's going to free up the rest of the players on the A side, allowing Cowan-Z to rotate early.
G2, 1 minute 20 into the round, have baited out a Thorns and one of the Mollies, so they can get into C now without having to contend with those, without getting slowed down.
Backside control, that's the question though. Jaw hasn't found his way in there yet. Relay Bolt, he's hoping they found some purchase, but he's not sure. Into the backside, and there's 3 guns trained at him, and now Trent, this is a bit more uncomfortable. How does he proceed from here? Valen sets up and actually lays the red carpet for the game plan. And Buddy walks straight into Trent's crosshair. This is the big investment round for Loud. Odin, Operator, both brought in, and that's got to mean that Verdi will need to sit this one out.
Loud get the advantage, but they press for more. Trade not being found onto Valen. Felt like a lazy, slow kind of backside swing from Darker and Luxo after they locked down all of backside. There's just really not much of a reason to try to get super proactive, I feel, in that moment. They've got the smoke on the opposite side, too, that, you know, Body throws the paranoia through. It just feels a little unnecessary there. They give G2 a foot in the door, and they just kick the door down.
Yeah, Jord just pushed up against that Viper wall on the C side and just got domed instantly. 3 players backside. Feel like Loud were in a good spot as of that kill. And that's when they overpushed into Valen and got 2 for 1. Virtually. So we're even game yet again. The Operator will be maintained here for Loud coming into this round number 17, but yeah, that was a bit sloppy from our Loud squad.
Yeah, great goal from... oh,
the paranoia timing's too late from Barty. That's the issue, right? Yeah, just that little window is all Valor needs to find 2 easy kills.
Let's see if Verdi can do something with this Operator. Has not been particularly lively in the server so far on the Neon. Hasn't been able to get too much accomplished. Wants to get posted up over towards Sewer. Not going to have any opportunities for a shot just yet.
No garage presence at all. It's really just this sheer wall, which I might just push through of it. Okay, it's going to be baited out.
I take them out.
Valen yet again finds this C-side kill. Push up for Luxo, for info. That's Loud getting uncomfortable. They know there's multiple players inside garage here. They're trying to work some plays into the spawn, but this could be uncomfortable.
Awareness on point for Baby. Leaf gets one as well. Like, I don't hate that idea from Luxo. You know, when G2 have been pushing into garage, they have a ton of players there. They are just leaving one guy C-long. So, you know, imagine Luxo gets that headshot, recovers the rifle. They have all that C-long control. Totally different round. But, you know, look, he's still just got a sheriff and has to try to take a 1v1 there, so that's going to be tough.
At some point, you're going to face the music with his off in hand. Baby with the knife out is caught by Verti.
Yep, time to go hunting. Look at Jaw on the bottom of the map. He's sprinting.
At this point, you've got the credit reserve to try and wrest this weapon out of the hands of Verti, who's been playing this position at the start of the round, actually. So not really getting out there playing that C-side extremity, and well, he's given up the gun and the ghost now.
Been unfortunate, probably not going to be an op into this next round.
Cultivate a sense of calm.
Yeah,
you win both pistols in this game, Loud, and you are still now languishing here in this second half.
Baby Bay is playing super well right now on attack. He is constantly finding openings on some of these rotating players. I think the second round in a row, he was able to find the timing on B to cut somebody off. Been a nuisance across the map.
It's just a really good intuition. Doesn't have to be a takeover player, really.
Oh, look at this full A fight from Loud. Jaws just pushed past that. Yeah, only 1 tag coming through, so Trent a bit weak. Value not really found. Oh, okay. Well, Jaw, that's a little bit.
There's no one to play off him.
Excess of footsteps.
Yeah, I guess he's
rein it in.
He's hurried by the Aldrone. Yeah. I think there's no one ready to pick up lobby for him, so he decides to try and, you know, assuming the Sovers alone
he feels like someone
smoke.
might be like trying to get into the smoke with that.
Yeah.
Oh, Cowan-Z goes down. That was a nice little tap from Trent.
How did Loud respond to this noise cut and slow of the pace?
They want to just look like they wanted to double up short for a second, but Verdi completely adjusts to backside to pick up long, so Botsy's at least got to get his one here.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Well, might be hard. He's going to make his way into the site. Verdi trying to stay clear of the Phoenix for the time being.
Gets that anchor smoke just in time to play around, completely circumvent.
Barty. Barty, 1. He gets his. Leaf and Valor now with it all to do in a 2v3.
30 seconds.
Gonna have to start to work up onto this site though. Valen delivers. That's his second for the round now. Spike in hand, gives it a tap. Luxo doesn't really have the line. And Leaf is watching for this push out of Link. He needs to buy a bit of time and get that Suez player set up.
Yeah, Luxo is just trying to make noise, draw attention, give Darker a timing to get up here. Oh, that's
Speculating.
So
Double swing here. Okay, just give it a 1-for-1. Darker a little bit too slow on that snake bite here. Leaf gets around it. Nice showing for G2, winning a 2v3 to cap off the round.
Yeah, Verdi is just stuck in that smoke, tries to get out of it. Maybe I can peek short. Didn't expect Valen to already be pushed all the way up here. Was still facing down sewer and caught far before these rotators could get there in time.
This is always... Go, baby! Hot dog, baby! This is always a saving grace for me in these rounds, is that mid-rounding
came in with a
from
new
Valen.
He's really trying to push this one.
Hot dog. Okay, we are rolling back the years.
You want to play? Let's
Saved by the Bell. Even I'm too young for that show.
Well, Outforce G2 back. They're going to pivot over towards Garage, pivot into the Viper and the Vice, who have really not been able to accomplish much on defense so far. Surprisingly, I feel. Oh my god.
Bit uncomfortable.
All good.
Lady in the Trant moment waiting to happen, I think. So G2 back off cut noise after getting that sheer wall. It's one of the harder pieces of util to draw out without putting your body on the line, but that smoke obviously helped them.
Now that drone is going super deep long. So I think to G2 that's going to imply that no one should really be pushed up close. If they're droning all the way back from site towards long, wow, okay. Baby Bay just getting caught in mid. Verdi is out of there.
And G2 was set up for a push out of Garage, not out of B long. So VALORANT is not set up to play the crossfire there.
Look at Loud. All 5 players just rotated over towards A. Something tipped them off that they were just ready to fight in that site. Yeah. It's fine though. I mean, they still can play for a 5-on-4 retake somewhere else if they need to. Bati just ulted in the long to try to get info. Everyone is here,
They're selling
man.
the fake, bro. Big time. Leaf here and Jaw going to try and work this, both of them. Jaw backs away from the smoke though and leaves Leaf on an island.
Spike is running up towards B where Valen is already just lurked in towards Gong.
Okay, they can play the post plant here from mid-window at the very least. There's Valen. Always a crucial involvement.
Nightfall. That is perfect. Stalled everyone out that was trying to flood in while they would have had the numbers advantage on site.
Because the retake's all coming from this one spot. Overdall's B-Link. Valen might be set up here to find even more, but Darker has good intuition. That's shot through the wall that claims G2's captain. Trent's got to be careful here. Yeah, Jaw has a lot to do right now, and eventually he's just overwhelmed. Guess you try and pick up this B-Long position. Is this being watched for, though? Yes, Bati's on the off angle, and he wasn't able to hold on to it. Trent trying to dance. Darker, though, exits the round with 4 kills and a successful defuse for Loud.
Respect to G2, though. I like that. I like that last second pivot back to B. That was a crazy little call from Valen. He just lurks into Gong while this kind of A hit was going on. And then on the fly, Trent just runs out of there. There's like 15 seconds left. He's getting the spike down on B. The Nightfall was super good.
Yeah, could sell ice to a Siberian sometimes.
If that spam from Darker back towards Gong goes an inch to the left or the right, could be a different round there with Valen set up. But
all right, still guarding here for Luxo. Darker also with a pit. And maybe just an execute wall for Valen in play. Pretty far forward here already, heading over towards a B main, and that's a crucial kill. Fast lane here, draws Verdi out into the line of fire, but he's ready to fight Jaw man to man.
Great shot. I love the confidence in that moment. Even out this round. Drone just went down A long as well from Kalenzi. Doesn't spot anything. But maybe G2 will take that opportunity as some false info to try to now pivot back and take that space.
Loud have to pick up Garage here again. I think they're aware that that's the only gap in the net.
Yeah, now where Luxo is playing, though, if the A-hit did come in from G2, he can get the Steel Garden off onto site and assist Kalenzi to actually anchor there. Loud are really predicting that that's going to come in, it seems like.
Look at what Loud are trying to do to get this information. They don't have any passive ways to garner it. So they're simply just trying to gamble, preempt this. 37 seconds left of the round. G2 have some time to do-si-do a bit.
So that wall from Leaf puts up a threat that they could be jumping up into garage window now as well.
There's so much being implied about what G2 are doing here. Information overload for Loud, and eventually it's going to be an open B site that G2 can plant into.
Yeah, Trent having no problem planting in the Thorns. I love that Astral was able to cut off any spam from the link as well. Steel Garden is going to get Loud back into the site. It doesn't connect on anyone on G2, however.
But you're right, Loud are in the site. Luke Show, Verdi, Cowanzine, all on B. It's Darker's position that could be the curious one. It gives him the opportunity to wrap here on the close line setup. Baby Bay is going to be ready for it. There's the cringe Astro util down on the site. And Luke Show is spotted there, just ducking back over towards Gong. Not much to do here, but Loud are starting to lose their grip on this game as Trent gets the thumb screws on Luke Show.
Baby Bay just getting all of the important kills right now, for real. He is just the best player on G2 in this stage so far. And now that he's on a roll, on a map, I mean, I guess Agent more so than roll, he's been playing all Senti, but on the chamber,
no charges.
He is just imposing his will on the server. And really, though, I guess I'd say imposing his will, but he's just playing so intelligently and collecting all of the kills, catching out
a lot of the mid-rotate
players. Yeah, like rotates, getting big mid-round impact kills. That's opening up the map for Valorant to call around.
Okay, this time eyes over towards C. Heavy presence out of Garage here for Loud. And again, they're kind of, well, they're trying to rattle Sabres a bit because the buy is pretty awful.
Yeah, this is a little new, getting Luke Show all the way down mid, but not going to matter too much.
Barty's embedded here, but with the classic, I don't know, you're stuck in the middle of nowhere, really, trying to back out, but that's when he's spotted by Jaw.
Yep, drone in first. Verdi going to try to put that wall up, and with a bucket close the distance, does so.
Traded out, Valen gets a 3B. Make it an extra kill to cap it off, and now it's on Luke Show. Rifle to hand, but you're going to give G2 their 12th round if you don't at least have a crack at this. And hey, he's been hot to trot so far this stage. Joey knows he's behind boxes, having to get ahead of that Astro util, but eventually the firing squad emerges, and there's Valen pops back up on our radars with a 4K in round 21 to get G2 to map point.
Yeah, actual shooting range from Valen. Everyone just has to run out of the smoke. And it's free. It's just so free. Well, that was Loud with a pretty weak buy.
And you have...
takes, I mean, that's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, so they're forced to run into backside with like no util whatsoever.
Yep. By the way, this is Valen's best game. Gets back on the Astra, puts up his best game so far.
Yep. We're probably going to see return to Harbor later on in this series. Perhaps not on Pearl, which will be our next map. Let's see if it goes the distance. We need to go to Breeze. That is obviously a Valen Harbor battlefield. Okay, ping there on Valen, so not giving away too much info. But we are having a drift over towards the A side by Verti now.
Yeah, this is interesting from G2. They just timing out the smoke with all of their players, get short for free, a little bit of long pressure. Counting is so close. They are about to pounce on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty ballsy of him to go drone at that close range against a Neon.
Yeah, good supportive stun comes in, though, from Verti to keep G2 at bay, so Cowanzine just doesn't get swarmed.
But here comes a mid-rounding prowess from Valen again. We have a noise cut.
Yeah, now if they go back, they're going to have to spend some util to re-clear. And Loud know that they just want to stack up. They want to push into this. This is super dangerous.
Get an Odin on the angle. No good. Another shooting gallery here for G2. And Loud have, sadly for them, let this map go by the wayside. Cosmic Divide in play to allow for a safe plant. And now Darker and Luke Show, the two players kind of fated to lead this team, have to go 2v5 for the map. That's a good start. Baby Babe was low though in fairness, and Dark is already off the table. It's on Luke Show. Nothing left to do but to do it.
Shame.
Handles Trent elegantly. That's 2 out of 5, buddy, for those keeping track at home. Back in we go, through the smoke, try and play into the side, but G2 stamp their authority, especially on this second half. Baby Bay leading the charge, but Valen showing us a little bit more of the captain's game we've been waiting for.
Yeah, they were able to just effortlessly maneuver around that Loud defense. No impact from Darker or Luke Show. They were not able to lock down those sites. Baby Bay was so crucial at finding the impact kills on attack. He was fantastic on this map. I mentioned it in the last round, but Valen has his best map so far of this stage, just getting back on the Astra, his best, most comfortable agent, and he's back just like that. Leaf just flexible enough to play any agent in this game.
But I don't know if we're
still on that Phoenix,
I don't know if we're putting the Phoenix as a headline yet, right? Jury's
no,
maybe out
still good. I mean, him and Jaw was still just good, so.
Yeah, solid showing again. Trent also with some pretty important moments. We're stepping away, but then up next, Ender and the analyst desk are going to break down Haven and head into our second map.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
I got you, buddy. Hot dog. Hot dog, baby. Nice. Hot dog. Hot dog. Nice hot dog, brother. Hot dog. God dog. Go, hot dog. Hot dog. I got the op, Jerry. I got the op for you, Jerry.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Step up now, but he won't. How do they win that?
Neon Judge, una combinación que no puede fallar. Pierde con la doble, la triple también. El juego jugable, 1 contra 1, 6 balas para Virte. Headshot y el 4K.
Josh RT, the pressure is mounting. You're 0-2 in the group standings, and this is kind of a must-win, right, if you want to keep your playoffs path in your own hands. It was a slow start to your map pick, but you guys grinded it out. What were your immediate thoughts and feelings after map 1 concluded?
I was glad the boys were staying in it. I mean, they definitely brought it to us. We sort of expected that. There's going to be a lot of, let's say, high-pressure moments where the lurkers will take a lot of space. It gets really, really scrappy, Haven that is. But the boys were resilient today, and they fought through. They yelled a lot of hot dog. I don't know if the broadcast caught that, but they were just they're in it the whole time, and they finally clutched it out. And I'm happy we got the map win.
Let's see if we can make it too. Best of luck.
I don't understand what went wrong. 12 plus 15 plus 21 plus 4.
Hey, Dan.
It's okay.
Hey, Dan, we're starting. Dan.
What went
it's
wrong?
Okay. It's okay.
Are you familiar with a person? You actually worked with him last year. His name is Baby Bay.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
He smoked your boys.
No, but that makes no sense.
No, it literally does. It literally does. Baby Bay came. That game was crazy, by the way. And welcome back
did.
also. Baby Bay just ran a clinic on Loud at the end.
He was so good. I mean, on this chamber, I was questioning it a little bit when we saw the agent picks, but it makes a lot of sense the way that he was playing. He was so good at being aggressive on that defensive side, walking down mid, taking that along A line, using the operator just in general, and he really shone on these retakes as well, just making sure that he could open up the round for the rest of his team, Dan.
We've seen a lot of the highlights that he's been able to get on Vice as of recent, and the reason why they're able to close out rounds, to close out maps. But now with this chamber, it felt like we went back to the classic with what makes him shine, and I really like it. I feel like Baby Bay has been having one of the greatest performances that we've seen from him. Where are you laughing?
Oh, there's something a little green right now.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh.
But Baby Bay is great.
Yeah, Baby Bay is great.
He liked my code. He just passed by and he really liked my code.
Yeah. I mean, I would be in a good mood too if I was Baby Bay and just had a map like that. I think also just how clutch he was later in rounds too was locked in.
I think if I was just Baby Bay in general,
You'd
I'd be
happy?
pretty happy.
Yeah. I mean, the man can literally do it all. A modern esports renaissance man. I don't know if they make him like that anymore.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so at all. Well, I will say that on the other side, his Sentinel counterpart in Luke Show was also having a phenomenal game, even in the lost stand.
Yeah, he had an incredible performance towards the beginning. There was a lot of rounds where he was ready to swing when the players were getting taken down. A lot of lurks as well that he was able to get. It felt like Luke Show was having the impact that we know he's always able to get. Until we got into that second half, it felt like he started getting shut down. G2 started understanding they needed to invest a lot of utility to make sure that Luxor was taken down. And on top of that, they were able to get great timings against him. So I do like that he's able to shine in the way that he used to do before, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for this map.
Yeah, I feel like they needed a lot more support behind Luke Show in order to close it out. And I think G2 did a really good job of adapting too with his Vice, baiting out his wall almost every single round in that garage, and just being kind of a nuisance and being really annoying when it came to dealing with him. And Luke Show, I mean, he was put in so many of these situations where he could get 1 or 2 kills, but it was just the follow-up just wasn't there from Loud for me.
Yeah, it seemed like G2, in pretty typical G2 fashion, we're calling these very slow rounds on the attack side, like you said, where they bait out the utility and just push and pull Loud around the map. And if we look forward to the next maps that are coming in, I don't think it would be a surprise to see G2 and Valorant's calling in particular stay the same.
And I'm wondering what they're going to be playing here, because we just saw that Double Duelist a little bit different, but very similar style to what they used to do last time that they played this map of Haven against PaperX, even though they changed how that Cypher or how the Phoenix is going to be played. But now we're going into Pro. This is another map where they could be playing that Phoenix. And I think, as we talked about, there should be changes coming for G2. They've tested a few things, and for Pro, if they keep things around the same as we just saw, they should be fine.
Do you think Loud can bounce back? Because
of course. Are you not seeing this? Are you not seeing this?
Can you explain the top number 4 one, please?
Well, Loud has 4 letters. G2, how many letters? 2.
Well, they have 1 letter. No, G2 only has 1 letter.
4 is greater than... No, that's messed up.
No, it's literally... 2 is a number,
that's even
Dan.
more. 4 is greater than 2 or than 1.
Right.
And you know the greater than symbol? That is a Loud logo.
Oh my God,
Dan,
that is phenomenal. She's actually cooking.
Absolutely ridiculous. I have no idea what you're getting into. I sure hope that we have something else we can move into, because this is silly town right now. I just feel like you're letting your emotions drive you. This doesn't seem logical, Dan.
It is very Do you see numbers? Do you know what is logical in life? What we can always rely on? The numbers. Have you seen the lucky numbers? Have you seen the 7? Have you added everything up? Have you subtracted everything? Have you taken into account that G2 has
what is Harvard
0-1 against Loud? Well, I want to tell you about this. I want to tell you about this one. You remember that Loud introduced that...
What have you done?
I don't know.
Do you want to stand up? Like, you know what? You have the time in the world if you want to. Bust it down.
Meta, explain it.
Back in the day, Loud was the team that introduced the Harbor Viper meta on Haven. And that was really cool because everybody was like, whoa, that's crazy. They changed the game. And then who was really good at playing that meta and technically copied Loud?
Oh.
Yes.
G2.
It was G2.
Okay.
So
that's
G2,
crazy.
they're always behind. They're always one
And they
step
just
behind.
played the meta, the Harbor meta, and then now they switched off of it. Wait, she's actually cooking.
There's no way
She's
you're being
actually-
convinced by
I'm
this.
believing this.
Absolutely. No, I don't like that you're swaying my desk.
I
Sit
see
back
you.
down. We're done.
I see
Athena,
you.
Athena, no more. This is ridiculous.
Finally, someone else. Someone else.
I don't.
I want to tell you also that when you see the 0 in
Okay.
G2,
Yeah.
they have 0 wins.
Oh,
and when you
right.
add everything up, I forgot what the math was.
Even Dryad, she doesn't even know what the point is. We've lost the plot completely. Athena, please tell me you were joking. You don't actually believe
No,
this, right?
Okay. I'm still on the G2 train. I think you're spitting some facts, but I still need to be convinced. And I think going into Pearl is probably Loud's map to convince me. I feel like with Luke Show getting a lot of those early picks, maybe we're seeing the follow-up be a
Right.
little bit better. Plus, it's their map pick.
I'm glad that you're still maybe a little bit sane. I'm not quite sure. Let's
Look at my eye
not
twitch.
hear any more of this. Let's hear what Coach Romanilli has to say ahead of map number 2.
Romanelli, despite G2's recent matches and their 0-2 score, they are coming into this as the favorite to win it. And of course, you have the odds stacked against you, not playing with your full roster. Did you approach this match at all with an underdog mentality?
Not so much, besides like playing with our assistant coach. We always think that we can win against everything. We are not underdogs, you know. So yeah, it's just more like that. Just play your game, trust in our staff, and we can win against every other team.
Let's bring it back in map 2. Good luck.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Moments away in this series from jumping into map number 2 between G2 and Loud. A game with implications for both teams, but certainly more in this G2 side. The pressure is getting close to its limit for these guys. They need to turn up results. They need to do it now, and so far, not too shabby. They get out of Haven alive against a team who honestly put up 10 rounds there against MIBR, and now we're heading over to Pearl, a map that somehow we didn't see from G2 at Masters Santiago at all.
Yeah,
in fact, only
it's been a
once
minute.
in kickoff.
It has been a minute. Loud, well, they played this map against Envy. They did win 13-11. It did also require Darker to put up 28 kills. Luke showed like 23, something like that. So they were insane. Now, I do want to talk about G2's comp because I'm looking over there and I'm seeing the Harbor. I expected to see the Jaw, Leaf, Duelist, Neon Phoenix like we just saw. But no, they are committed to this Harbor no matter what. Even though at the moment, Phoenix is absolutely dominant in non-mirror matchups. They're going up against a team that isn't running Phoenix because I don't think they even really have 2 Duelist players.
Yep.
And they just put another one on the tally for Phoenix just being insane in this meta winning on Haven. But they're not going into it here. This is going to be Loud's pick, of course, and I think, hey, maybe an opportunity to bounce back just by virtue of the comps and G2 trying this match, testing the Harbor on this map for the first time.
How do you feel about
been
it?
middling for them,
How
but,
do you feel about the Harbor on this map specifically?
Crazy. I mean, this is a map that in the past teams have tried Harbor on for sure.
Yep.
You know, you can cut off all of the little entrance ways over on either site, which is nice. Like the walls are pretty effective, you know. The Reckoning as well covers basically the entirety of both sites. Like that, there's definitely some viability here. Except VALORANT gets caught with two people just walking through it and timing him out. Loud have won both pistols in this game so far, by the way, but didn't matter all that much on Haven.
Yeah, losing one of your controllers so early in the round, though, that hurts. Leaf is still at large, and on the other side, it's High Tide about to have an encounter. Eventually, there's a swing there in order to deal with Barty, but not before he gets hit.
Honestly, a big 1-for-1. And gets the info on the location of at least one other player on G2, if not both of them. And Loud are going for a crazy site pinch right now, two coming from where the defenders spawn at.
You've got to call a cancel on this if you're G2, right? Yeah, not into the side. They need to play off of it here. Loud are going to be the ones that pinch her on in. Baby Bay brought down. Oh, bro, go ahead and call no cancels, bro. They're going to stop this spider. Get blood. Galantine tucked in that corner.
Feels like a bit of an audible, and I like it from Loud. Into the 4-on-2. Recon to play with still for super late for main, but who cares about a recon when you have a chamber that's just going to shoot them? Luke Show, by the way, on map 1, really was trying his best to win the game. He did put up 20 kills. He's going to need some help, though.
Yeah.
You know? He doesn't want to be the LeBron James no-help image. Someone get in the mix. Help this man. He's so good.
I mean, this round really rises and falls on the fact that Loud get through mid-connector, and they get to wrap through from Secret. G2, like, they looked uncomfortable. Do we play on the site against this pincer they knew was coming in, and they ended up being 1 foot, honestly, in that world, and 1 foot over towards our side.
3 pistols in a row. Not bad for Loud. Gonna buy up 2 rifles into this. See if they can get a really big bonus buy going. If and when they close out this round. Emphasis on A main control. With that knife from Bots, he just confirms that no one is pushing up. I definitely have my eyes on him here. The knife can get a ton of value, especially against this Neon comp that's going to be running up A main.
Shot the dash
when the side swap, running through A main to hit the sides. And if you just turn off the speed, that can be enough to shut down a push. Or to, you know, get easy space like they just did on A main.
If we get to Breeze in our map 3, that's also going to be quite relevant. That's another KO map for Loud. But now the Darker pins it down. Tries to handle himself best he can. It's going to be a ghost upgrade though for VALORANT.
Planted.
Yeah, not a huge deal. 1-for-1. Get some info. Luke Show gonna push up and watch it. He's really close, but
dialed in.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
Feeling
it a little too much. Yeah.
All right, well, that's the Outlaw traded over.
Yeah, or a Marshal, rather.
Pardon.
So, yeah, it doesn't matter all that much because they still have the rifles and the Bulldog. So they're kind of chilling as long as they don't lose more stuff.
Okay, well, Barty does get chopped down.
No? Okay, well, they still got the 2 rifles. A little bit more damage than they would have liked.
Like expectations got changed about 7 times in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, they really did. And it was actually on account of losing the Marshal.
Yep.
So sad.
So push up here from Luke Show.
Nice try.
Barty got hit through the corner of the wall.
1 enemy remaining.
Would love to see Verdi get activated in a game like this. I feel like he had such an explosive debut last year in Stage 2 with Loud, but hasn't followed up on it this year. Some of it was because he was not comfortable on Yoru and it was hard forcing it in kickoff, but now I want to see him really get into the mix.
Verdi got ahead of the Nova Pulse there.
Yeah, this A main control is so free, so G2 want to put emphasis elsewhere, and that's a nice spray down from VALORANT. Shaw peeking out of our timings are perfect. Yeah, I like that. Hey, they're taking A main. All right, let's fight mid together. Find picks there.
G2 really do not want to be pincered on the A side of the map. Last round they had 3 players. It's on a pistol in fairness, on a save round, but they had 3 players up at mid door. This time, it's VALORANT playing off the smoke. Full control here for G2 now. Cowan will need to saunter on away. Still money, obviously, fine for Loud here. They'll be able to buy up reasonably well. But that proactivity here from G2. Now, they did the same look on Haven, but they had a double duelist comp that felt like it had to actually go for that early action. Here, it's about G2 trying to assert themselves to denying that push through mid. Kalanzini might get some extra value.
Wow.
G2 are not in a stable position economically.
This is great damage. This is fantastic damage.
Yeah, I'm not happy if I'm only carding 2 rifles out of the round.
Yeah, with everyone just on $100 left in the bank. So, hey, not a bad result from Kalanzini. He will take that. And he gets his ult because of it too. So, first ult activated for any player in the game. Active, rather.
Promising signs. Baby Bay walked past us as he was, going for a break in between maps, and he informed me that he didn't know what day it was. So that's good. That means he's just focused on the game.
He's just so locked in playing video games in his room.
Yeah.
Time is but a concept.
I do think Hot Dog is being pushed. They're trying to make it happen.
He's trying to get that catchphrase over with
They're trying to make it happen harder than Fetch.
Jaw does get hit by that knife, so Loud know that there's a push-up in A main, though they were not trying to fight for the space as aggro as they were in the past. They are content just letting this op work the map over towards this B side. Well, that shock would go for a standard spot that you would throw a molly down, but that has already been pre-circumvented by Baby Bay. That's what happens when you don't go outside, you don't know what day it is. You're so dialed in that you're already dodging the shock darts with your mollies.
All you think about is hot dogs and lineups. Yeah. Slow walk down here by Loud towards this B side of the map, but the one thing that stands out is there is no map control for the attack side. None.
Do they think the Thorns have been broken? Because if they do and they run into this, they're going to be stalled out.
It is going to be a
tough.
clown
car. They're going to get thorned. They're going to get storm surged by Valen. This could be tough. Unless Baby Bay doesn't pop them in time.
The knife? There's a catch on? Okay.
Oh my god, yeah, you're, don't go.
No, man, please!
He's
in there. He's out of there very quickly. Kalanzini finds very little there with that very speculative Hunter's Fury. Now Baby Bay's looking to fight for it. Trent tucked in the corner. G2, no reason to push the issue. Barty got tucked there. It was a matter of time until Trent dug him out, and it's not the optimal range for the judge, but hey, we'll take it. Joe eventually brought down, and up before, getting his pound of flesh, getting G2 out of the round with 2 on the board.
Yeah, map control? None. Thorns broken? None. It's tough to win a round when those are the circumstances.
Prospects of winning? Minimal.
Yep. Nice little flyover. Someone's going to screenshot that and be like, the state of Valorant is cooked. Even though it's fine.
I mean, there's something to be said for like getting a bit exploratory, maybe drawing out some util, working the map, going mid. No, not the plan here for Loud. Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, okay, we push into that site with limited info. They've got Vice and Harbor comp, and that's exactly what G2 want with their comp.
Yeah, Loud, it was really awkward on the re-exec attempt, too, because like, already goes through so early. This time they just want to go all speed, and luckily no Thorns here, so they do get by.
Verdi untouched there. The armor situation looked a little haggard, though, for Loud. Yeah, Barty and Dark are struggling. Still able to find some value off that shoulder, though, and Jaw is going to pick back now inside the tower. This isn't going to affect Loud that much, to be honest, because it's not a huge downgrade, but there's Baby Bay for 3. And the cleanup crew has arrived. Gold star for janitorial duties, gents.
I'm not mad at it. Baby Bay is just farming so crazy that he realizes it doesn't even matter. I'm just going to use my ult now because if they have more shotguns, that's like the only win con that they have. So just get rid of the Buckies. Get the cringe out of the game.
Get it out. We say pistols. 1 round after the entire ground was carpeted and util. I mean, cringe is subjective, folks. Don't forget that. Right, heading in around 6 here, G2, again, another lost pistol, struggling with those, but again, when push comes to shove, they have turned up. Overdrive ready for Jaw, and a op in the hands of the Neon as well.
So we're probably about to get the standard little A main 0 point coming out from Bati, and A main that G2 are not going to be contesting too heavily, as Jaw is just playing over towards mid. It looks like G2 want to go for a fast little mid-fight if the main pressure is there, but Luke Show is so ready for that. It feels like an adaptation from the prior round where the exact same thing happened. Heavy pressure A main, G2 try to go for something in mid instead. Gets that kill, TPs away. That's a really nice counterplay. And now Loud can go into this full A exec. They have all of the space for free. How did G2 respond? No ultimates right now for the retake, unless Leaf finds a kill and can maybe wall off main. But with all of the space just given to Loud, they can site flip as well.
Yeah, they're going to play into a post-plant pincer from the attack side.
This is really good positioning from Loud. Super tough for G2 to crack this.
I just like the accelerate into the A site when they realize that G2 have taken Plaza area. I'd love to see how they expect to get in here through all of this util.
Feels like they have every advantage in the world and should be absolutely closing this out.
They're going to go Team Envy, just like full re-clear with their entire squad. And goes about the same way.
There's no way Loud are going to lose that. Sorry, great play from them. Great setup.
Yeah, that round really balanced on the edge of the macro decision making there for G2. Normally a strength of theirs, but they put themselves in a little weird spot.
I think that's still... It worked for them before, so they just go back to the well on an idea that I think is super viable. It's going to be so hard for them to win A fights against the comp that Loud have, just like the knife counter, basically. But Luxo is reading into that as per them losing to the mid push from Jaw on that prior round and some of the players in Street. So that was just good stuff, top to bottom. Great Loud round, and that's going to force a timeout from G2. Josh doesn't want things to get out of hand at this point in the game.
Okay, I mean, some discussion about how they want to work these early rounds makes sense. I do think that after what we saw in the pistol, G2 probably want to maintain presence over towards mid doors and still deny that sort of organic pincer onto the A site, which they allowed to happen, because they don't want to be stranded in art and have to fight through smokes, layers and layers of it to try and retake.
It's a cool little setup from G2 as well, where they just can throw all of Baby Bay's stall util over on the B side of the map, and then because they have multiple layers Street and Jaws and Art, they can just get over there so quickly, like they could even potentially play for a flood, or at the very least be there in time to try to spam, find a first kill, and then get in off the back of that.
The dynamic's interesting because now without Yoru, there's less interest for the defense side to fight that aggressively for A main, right? You don't have a get-out-of-jail-free card necessarily with the gate crash.
Well, you still can, especially if they were running the comp with the Phoenix. It's really the fact that Loud have this knife that is so obnoxious, because if you're running up there but you get stalled out by the as a Neon, you don't have your relay bowl, you can't run, you're in such a tough spot.
Really actually got hit by that no pulse. Oh, wow, quick draw McGraw.
So good.
Well, that will be the end of Trent. And G2, yeah, look at them now skating back towards their spawn side of the map. They don't want to give up his A main too easily. But they're trying to negotiate from a position of power right now. That's going to be helped there with Jaw. Funny shot through, layers and layers and layers. Smoke and a second onto Verdi. He was on the site in fairness. Really playing some nice contact with the op.
What?
Fallon down to a molly of all things.
Yeah, that was a great kill from Darker in Art. Potentially a round-winning kill as Leaf is caught up top. That's a bold position to be in, my friend. You're going to have to look in many different directions, and you were out in the open.
And it looked like Joshua has crosshair set for it. His reaction time is too quick.
No attempt to save that op from Jaw, 1v3. He just slowly walks into the angle and
like
loses
30 HP, no less.
Loud really brute forced that exec. I thought they were cooked in this round, even though Luxo got a crazy first kill. This is just my Luxo stand cast, honestly. That's all I'm going to do for the next 30 minutes, which I've been also doing for the prior 45 minutes.
And we did that for him back in Challenge too.
Yeah.
We did that all through his engine.
We did that for, it's been 2 years of that, actually.
Yeah. Still doing it.
Great round win, though, from Loud. A great recovery, especially from Darker, who's right now at 8-4. He's alive. He's in the game.
Oh, okay, we're actually going to fight aggressively here for main now. Force the rendezvous. Man, we really overcooked on that one. Jaw pushed in.
Big damage, but they have
again, a 30 HP chamber, it can still one-shot you, so...
And with the AWP. The law. Bogdan's law.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow. He just slips away.
Get a waterlogged weapon for his trouble. And out we go. Vandal recovered here now as Trent falls back to the A side.
Still a minute on the clock to play with. Karmazine just gets that Hunter's Fury up.
Should be a straightforward play here through this util. Loud hoping that they've exhausted most of it, but, well, Leaf has stars to burn.
Baby Bay up close with the Vandal. He has won G2 a lot of rounds like this. Hero rifle, low buy, gets a multi-kill.
Unaffected by that flash, and there it is, null command. expected, but the KO brought down, and no one's going to expect BabyBay to push the smoke like that. Sometimes a pinch of audacity can really transform the recipe. And Darker here has to come back in from watching the flank and salvage this round.
25 seconds to play with. Can get this spike. Leaf isn't there just yet to help Trent, but by the time he has to flash, surely not right, yeah.
Darker pinged out.
Pinged up.
Now forced to play inside main and hope he doesn't get double swung, which, spoilers, he's probably going to get double swung. Leaf is only sitting on a Bucky in fairness, but it's going to be tough to exploit at this range. Here it is. And there goes Darker.
I was just saying it, but so far in this stage, there have been a number of rounds where G2 have BabyBay with a rifle low buy for everyone else, and he gets a multi-kill. This has happened multiple times. He was doing that against Lev in their last match. He does it again here. By the way, that's just the best spot on Pearl to play as an anchor. The close in the corner by the smoke, I've never seen it cleared once in my life. No one has ever cleared that match. In every Pearl game I've ever seen in the history of Valorant, that spot has never been cleared. It is actually unbeatable. What a play from Dre to get them right back into the game.
Smokes here towards A main. Blooming and being removed. It's Cowanzine. Wants to try and scout things out. We'll find nothing. The Thorns have been active, and there's BabyBay again. Gets his and able to fall back. Beautiful stuff.
Shocky coming in backside. Bit of danger, but slips away over to dugout. G2 might be able to flow back in here. They've got 4 players. Now it's going to be tough. They're a bit stalled out, and the Neon is miles away, so you don't have that aggro disruption with the wall coming through, nothing like that to play with.
Cosmic Divide, though. This is now something G2 can scale back into the site with. Luke Shaw going to play just on the other side of it. Maybe look for a swing. Valor looking to set this up. Okay.
Oh, little baby smoke.
Little bitty go set up. Yep. Oh, there's Jaw, though. This backstab potential could be nasty. Loud are in trouble. Caught between a rock and a hard place. If he swings through the wall here, surely, and Jaw is going to preempt it. Gets through!
Did Lucio go for the knife through the wall?
I think so.
He did.
I think so. 3K flawless round here for G2. Jaw gets involved.
That is a ridiculous little attempt. Respect, though. Great retake from G2. Again, solid anchoring from BabyBay. And something we've seen a lot from G2 this year, with Jaw specifically, is when he's playing on one side of the map on this Neon, he will send it down to get flanks on the retake. Like, that's a pretty common protocol that G2 have had in 2026, and there it works again. Just gets all the way around the wall, which probably obscured some of the noise for that too.
Yeah. Okay, Verdi. Uncomfortable. Always an overpulse there, though. That's been heavily conditioned. There was a 0 point there to suppress Leaf, but he was happy to hold his ground.
Yeah, this is nice from G2. They're able to hold A side that time. Loud didn't like hard fully commit. They didn't have everyone there for it. It was really just Verdi. They're forced away. Loud still, by the way, with these plants and what's been going on, like they've got enough money to keep buying up. So G2 are not getting any free rounds.
Fallon. Oh, this is nicely held. Behind him, though, bear in mind, it's Trent. So they got that beautifully double-faced, and there's a smoke even to make this harder. Loud are being slowed down. Forced to play through Molasses, and Leaf has not left this position since the start of the round. He has got this main position on lock, and Verdi's going to run straight into it. Surely the man can double down. And once again, Loud, after a good start in a map, are starting to fizzle here on this attack side.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward retake towards A main. Those players on Loud just didn't have any utility to deal with someone playing behind box. I mean, the only real utility they have is what we saw. A Neon jumping around and trying to draw a crosshair away, hope someone's there, they miss, and then the other player can get the kill, but yeah, doesn't end up happening. Pretty easy for Leaf to lock that down.
The money here for G2 is going to be a problem for the remainder of this half.
Yeah, they're just buying a max for the rest of this.
Field. Yeah. Also, we have Reckoning, Overdrive, Steel Garden on deck.
10 seconds left.
That low buy round win is going to be so decisive for how the rest of this half plays out. Yeah, it really is. Loud are going to be kicking themselves if they lost that round. And it was a heroic round from BabyBay, getting that two-piece. Only 2 rifles that they had.
And then obviously following, we had the, the Cosmic Divide retake scenario there for G2. This is such a great opener. Leaf really rewarded for his patience here.
Yep.
This has not been re-cleared properly.
If you go back and tell someone in 2024 that BabyBay was going to be the best player for G2 in 2026, like, huh?
Yeah, people forgetting how incredulous we all were, I think, when he got brought up to this team. And like, it was a narrative that ran for weeks and weeks, like, oh, maybe he does well, maybe he doesn't flop entirely. And all of a sudden, it became the norm to see Baby put up these performances that really anchored his team. And I don't mean weighed them down, I mean really led them forward. And honestly, there have been seasons where G2 have needed to rely on him, like literally rely on him. We are in one of them right now where, like, you know, VALORANT has had a couple tough games. Jaw is not able to maybe look just like the world beater he sort of once was. Yeah. Leaf is put on roles where the skill expression is tougher.
And look, when you hype up Baby, and I just said he's the best player for G2 in 2026, actually he was putting up bad numbers at Santiago, and he had some struggle games there for sure at his international debut. But when it comes to Americas this year, back in kickoff when they were making their comp switches towards double duelists and Baby picks up the Waylay, he's flying on that agent. He was incredible in kickoff. And now to start stage 1, 3 weeks in a row, he's been the most consistent player. Destroys Loud on Haven here.
Yeah, from the dive duelist back to Chamber Vice Duty again. So it was only a pretty short-lived Schmeeg arc. But there was also a G2 who are changing, like, day to day, their entire approach to some of these maps. Just like PRX and Santiago, both of them were really willing to be flexible.
All right, Luxio's got this hero rifle, and he's gone about as far as he can go as he meets this wall at the bottom of Art, but waits for the rest of the team. They're all going to go over it at the same time.
So this is Baby being the pivot now.
The man himself.
Heavy util on the side.
Secret, but yeah, it's delay time.
Yeah.
Even look at the flash he has all the way back in Secret for like the over push. He's ready to fight them. I mean, this is a straight up stop. Okay, but Luxio says, I'm just going to run past that and get the kill.
But yeah, Baby just doesn't expect that level of extension into the back of the site, because Steel Guard and retake is huge there for G2.
Yeah, Luxio just ran through took Thorns damage to get through that.
Yeah, I respect that.
Body timing. This could be huge.
I think it's going to leave it a bit too small. Push it anyway. Here's the... Oh, okay, calls on a reckoning! Oh, what the timing there from Valen. Stunning stuff. Jaw going to break his way back into the site. Leak finally chooses his spot to emerge. Kawanzine.
I don't think he's going to win this.
I don't think so either. Yeah, the deck certainly stacked against him. There is Valen. Looks like we draw King off the top. Beautifully done. Last round of the half coming up here, and G2 have more than given an account of themselves here.
It was a great kill to find from Luxio, but he still had 4 teammates with just pistols. Verdi had his ult. I like the idea of trying to get that timing to slide out with the ult, another swing, fight them in Secret in like a transitional moment for G2 while they're setting up for this retake, but they are about 1 second too late, and they've been reckoned.
What are you supposed to do about that? That is just
nothing.
Brutal.
Good retake, boys.
Unfortunately, nothing.
And that's a retake, by the way, without the Steel Garden prospect, right? Baby got picked off early by the push up by Luxio, and it was looking kind of grim for G2. But they banked these ultimates over these rounds, and they just go for another retake ult.
G2 fully dodged out that knife. Are they going for the yep? Oh, that's so nice. What a variation. Oh, okay,
Darker.
but it doesn't matter. Darker goes crazy to at least put it back into even numbers 3-on-3. But G2 mix it up there. They just put the recall star, dodge out the knife, walk forward, triple face. It was a cool idea.
Although Luxio has gotten into this site without really giving up the game at all. He's got the potential here to get very deep and maybe even backstab here onto Baby. He's not going to be ready for it. That's huge. What a timing. And that's going to crack this site open.
With the impact kills. Great trade from Kawanzine.
We're about due for a Trent clutch, in fairness.
Yeah, it's been...
Taps watch?
Maybe like, I don't know, 50 minutes of gameplay, 55 minutes.
11-4 for Trent in the game, 2 in the round. He's got all of his util. He's flush with it. The problem is that playing against Tower and B-Long respectively, it's going to be a challenge. We've seen this guy pull up some pretty disgusting stuff in the past. First of all, scouting halls. Got to be mindful of Tao here, trying to stay clear of it. Info, yeah. I mean, going for that in a 1v2, it's fairness, but hey, last round of the half.
That's going to be a tough one to win. And Loud, they kind of set up the uncrackable setup in the 2v1. So G2 love a little recall multiplayer swing play. They're bread and butter.
Yeah, just again, that Luxio getting early into the site here is just, it's so big. Baby obviously, it's a reasonable misconception to make. Gets off the site, checks over towards mid, and it's no good. 7-5, the score is at half here on Pearl. A sluggish end to the start for Loud, but some signs of life in that final round. We'll see if they can bring it back after this.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. Provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Some pretty elegant mid-rounding from VALORANT in map 1 that got G2 out of Haven with a win. And they've got an opportunity to showcase that now here on Pearl with the Harbor comp, right? Which has definitely, you know, furrowed some brows. I don't think everybody's necessarily sold on it, but for G2, it's a stylistic decision. They need to find their dub here. And as we get the second half underway, hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now.
Heading into this pistol, I just want to acknowledge that across both maps so far, 6 of the round wins from Loud, that's basically half of their round wins total or so, come from winning a pistol and then winning the round after that. So they have found a lot of success there. Can they go 4 for 4? Or will G2 finally win a pistol round?
I mean, G2 if G2 get out of this series losing 4 out of 4 pistols, I don't know what to tell you.
And win 2-0? Yeah, that is a little disgusting, honestly.
It's important. Great way to start on this attack side. Jaw pinged out here with that early foray into A main as it was a recon bolt thrown out.
So Luke Show gets to just post up in A main for free and has the teleport getaway back to site, and then Loud are immediately able to just activate this protocol where they then double up, play towards Art with 2 players.
So much map control, what the?
Yeah, this is a nice, simple little effective way to work the map early.
Okay, we're just, walking unassisted into double-faced sightlines. I like the idea there from Leave. Set up, high-low set up, and buddy, this is getting dangerous now for Loud.
The problem is, though, when you're both playing all the way tucked into the corner and have basically no getaway mechanics. I mean, you can try to run as a Neon, but you get multi-swung. Yeah, it's a little tough. So G2, they find the answer.
The answer, though, to this from Loud, or the response at least, is to try and take more of that map control, play up these extremities. Flash! Oh my goodness! Barty sets it up beautifully! They're low, though, very low. Oh, the knives! Lee fights 3, a knife to finish it off, and now he's up against Luke Show. He's looking more like a raid boss. Still at full health with a shorty to hand, and Lee's about to dive into the smoke against him. I tell you what, salvaged a sinking ship, did Luke Show?
Yeah, Luke Show with the shorty plus the other bullets by. Love that. Love that for him.
Great flash setup there for Barty, though.
4 for 4?
Oh, yeah, that's
You can't go 4 for 4, not take a map. You can't do it. No, that was a great play from Batu, though. They're kind of silent in this game so far, but kind of how I teed up the first half, I'll do it again. I do think this KO will be really important because finding the timings where you can throw that knife when the execute is coming in to just get rid of all of those Neon abilities, real nice.
Null command as well, by extension. See if we can stop these fast hits. Good George dancing that smoke there, trying to see what's what as G2's position there as they're tucked in that plaza area is revealed by the Aldro.
Well, a couple players spotted out by that knife in A main. G2 will slowly retreat. And this Loud team can put a lot of emphasis over on this A side of the map, given they have trip over towards the connector door in street, and then all the way pushed up is Luke Show on B, so they know nothing's really going on over there.
They're Loud wanting to try and stack as much as they can.
And now they know. Luke Show, he hears them.
I like it. Shoulder peek. Beautifully done. It's going to force Luke Shaw off the line. There is hope here for G2. Multi-swing the line. Yes, go 1-for-1 now, though. Barty's going to be an issue from upper. Bit of an extension there from Valen trying to swing. Karen's able to handle him well enough with the stinger, though. It's down to Jaw and Leaf. Sure, they've got some space to work in. Do they look to make use of Short? Jaw barely gets away. Stuck in the mud, slowed down by those stinger bullets.
Neon moment. Left.
Now where are you going? Back to B? Yes, okay, I'll respect it.
They're all going back. I mean,
the laboured pump fake from G2.
Yeah, I don't know if Loud needed to
rotate off the side.
Rotating off the site, but I mean, it's a 4-2 retake and they're better weapons. They'd never lose a situation like this. All right.
Joel really was maybe hoping for a weapon upgrade there. Maybe he thought that Loud went around the world. Either way, he tries to take that fight solo. And it doesn't pay off. So conversion here for Loud off the pistol, which naturally means that we've got an even game now.
Yeah, and only Luke Shaw going down, they carry over the better weaponry into this next round. Now, I don't think Loud have won a bonus yet, have they? Me, when I try to remember something that happened 30 minutes ago.
Last map, second half, they did not win the bonus.
Right.
No.
And I don't think they, you know.
I don't know about the first half. I'm not sure, but you're on the right track, I feel.
I'm just going to assume they haven't. I don't think they have. Okay. Can they do it here? My narrative that might just straight up be fake and wrong.
It's like, yeah, G2 are cheats with the pistols unless it's an important thrifty round that wins in the map ultimately. You know?
This is kind of a KO classic, but they actually didn't throw the knife. A lot of times you'll get the early B knife, but you know, sometimes you vary it up. You delay it.
Trent. Oh, uncomfortable. He's got someone to pick up the line though.
Ooh, that deep flash comes through.
Maybe they just picked off. That's a push up out of ard by Luke Shaw.
Yeah, just took the peek towards Market, and Baby Bay gets cooked. Trent, well, hey, he'll be happy he didn't die, but he's at 20 HP off that B little trap play.
Yeah, this side is open. G2, though, unaware. And yeah, Jaw's definitely uncomfortable after being hit with that 0 point. You talked about how important it's going to be to slow G2 down, and it catches onto the Neon. Bro, where are we going? We've given up the map control.
Yeah, they've been able to get those orbs over towards A. Are they going to leave the Leaf insert on A main? Yes. So that definitely seems like they're going to ultimately go for an art crunch onto this A side. But Loud, they've got 3 players here ready to go. They can throw a lot of stall util. Look at Bati. He still has that molly. Could just slow them all down. Could maybe even kill Trent with it.
30 seconds
30 seconds. That's my line.
Also, when they run in the site, Cowanzin can throw a recon up behind them. Could be an easy spam kill coming through.
We're looking for a fight. Body pinged down here, but able to get to safety to some degree. That is spammable, though. There's Luke Shaw emerges with a headhunter. And its price will be paid. Dr. Lee, very much estranged for the rest of his team, but still knocking heads together. Needs that spike in time. He is ticking. He's going to be pinged down and still takes the fight. It's Buddy getting absolutely ruined. Eventually, you need to reload. There's no time left. Nice little moment there from Leaf, but not enough to get G2 the round and finally Loud convert on a bonus.
Yeah, bonus round 1. That is massive. Recovered a couple rifles. G2 economically crushed. Loud really predicted that art crunch was going to come through. By the way, Luke Shaw, another first kill. He put up 4 in the first half. That was the catalyst of most of Loud's round wins, or at least a couple of them after the pistol. He just remains on point. When has he ever played a bad game? Like I said, this is just going to be 2 hours of talking about how good Luke Shaw is.
Okay.
But does he deserve it? Probably.
If you want to make the guy look like a garden gnome, bro, that's on you.
Oh my god. All right, well, yeah, he's got to run. That was some good utility clear on the way from Miller. Yeah, the recon is hitting everybody.
Jaw is asking the question, though, isn't he? Will the answer satisfy him? That's the question. The answer is no. How about Outlord of the breadbasket?
Yeah, G2, they run the double wall, and the harbor wall kind of helped the defenders get out, honestly.
That's crazy. Still, G2 have the site now, despite being at a player disadvantage. Cowanzin also has the Odin in this round. Thorns onto upper, so that's going to be Luke Shaw being forced to wait a bit longer, and it's re-smoked as well.
So Cowanzin can get this recon in, and then you're going to have the Neon dashing in with the wall.
Into the cove, Luke Shaw going for it. Relay bot might be catching onto him though. Baby Bay has to play here with nothing but a sheriff from the backside, and Barty barrels into the site. Here's Baby Bay, and there go Darker and Verdi. Now the player advantage for G2. Weapons aren't there. I tell you what, they are exuding confidence now. Time is short. Barty trying to tap that defuse, but brought down, and there it is. It's the classic G2 Thrifty. Had to find it here. And that's certainly going to get them back on the road.
Again, just feels like every important round, every important moment, who is there for G2? It is Baby B.
Yep.
There he is again. Crazy. Little double shot with the Sheriff. Ferdy can't get that trade. And Bati was on the spike, so he wasn't actually with the timing to be able to get off of it and get the trade after his 2 teammates died.
Let's go, hot dog! What the fuck?
All right, great job, production. We cut that off.
Nailed it.
Nailed it on that cutaway.
Throwing all your walls down, getting that side control, forcing them to retake into Sheriffs. That gives G2 a much-needed round.
Yep, suddenly just right back into the game. This is crazy from Luke Show. I mean, that is
he is always
too far.
He is trying to do the most.
Crazy.
He is trying to do the most this game.
And it's been working more than not, but unfortunately now Loud are having to play a full retake in reform. But wow, what a timing from Bati. That's lovely.
Yeah, back to safety now as well. Jaw hasn't really had a chance to put this judge to work. He'll have an opportunity, sure. Okay, Recon thrown out. Cowanzine just trying to get up on that angle here with the Odin. It's going to be a bit awkward for Loud to retake now. Look at this presence at long for G2. They've got everything set up right where they need it. And there Jaw finally emerges. There's going to be pressure coming this way as well. Verdi slides on in. The trade's not there because Jaw's gone the other way. Now playing in the smoke. This is flow state gaming from Jaw, and he gets caught by Cowanzine out in the open. But the contingency is in place. G2, with a double face at B long, will shut it down.
Yeah, they just get the freest sight there, and they have so much great post-plant utility to throw down. I mean, anything they have in their comp that you think of would be good for stall when they're playing defense, it's going to be good on attack too. They can just throw it down in the post-plant. And getting that setup where they have one rifler and Baby Bay back sight and Jaw playing close, and the Baby Bay can just trade off of them easily, like that, it's over. It's just over.
G2 really taking up that space in these post plants here when they've got, you know, a judge able to play inside halls. Something they weren't able to do as much with these harbor comps on other maps.
Yeah, they had players forward, they had contingencies playing back. And Luke Show trying to get another first blood on this map.
Always looking for a funky off angle. Last round, to be fair, he walked the corner and got taken out with his tour de force out.
Yeah, Jaw, he did get caught by that knife. Luke Show has no reason to give up this space towards A. Space on B is taken from Loud. They are ruling over both extremities at the moment.
Spike drop.
Down under a minute now. And Loud making the right assumptions here in rotating towards the A side. Huddersfield, man, geez, there is just some very impactful ultimates here for G2.
Yep, Cowanzine is ready to go on A.
This off angle, will it pay off? He can get off it with the rendezvous. Oh, we're walking it. Luke Show gets a freebie.
Do G2 attempt to accelerate right now? 35 seconds left. Cowanzine getting the drone up. Gets a nice little tag and immediate Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, Baby Bay gets spotted out there. Easily brought down. No one else revealed, but that should be enough here for Loud. This is going to make the end game of Pearl pretty interesting. A Loud round here is going to throw things for a loop. Leaf, too many players to swing into there, and Ballon and Trent starting to realize that the odds do not favor them. Tuck here, look for exits. They got enough to buy in the next round, at least most of them do. What Joe thinks about it.
Just going to be time to save. Loud are going to go ahead and throw one player away, trying to get these guns away, but wouldn't recommend anymore because Loud's weapons right now, with the state of the economy, way more valuable than G2's.
Yeah, discipline. Barty could have tried to play off that relay, but had no one backing him up. Luke Shaw here posting a modest 19 and 14 scoreline so far, and it's really been Leaf, who we scrutinized with the Phoenix play in the previous map, has stepped up on this Astra.
Well, some aspects of it. He still he still put up 17 for 14.
We were
he still
looking,
did his job.
respectfully.
There were just some aspects of it that, like playing to get a lot of the alt orbs and stuff that were not super consistent.
That's a macro consideration, right? That's not really his issue.
This has been his best smokes game so far, though, in this stage. Switching this roll up. G2 put a lot of emphasis on getting this B control early, but they do get knifed up.
Good knife, yeah. Slows it right down. Jaw wanted info. That's how he's going to get it, apparently.
Lucho.
Yeah, he took that swing up top and got punished for it.
Oh, he's going to do the funniest thing ever. Straight into the smoke. Extracting a trade somehow. Awkward reload time for Baby Bane. Darker can't catch onto him. No. Oh, that's not good at all for Loud.
Yeah, that should be wraps. That was a must-get kill for Darker.
Oh, man. Okay, well, are we calling a cancel here, or are we trying to make time for Leaf to wrap around? Okay.
They're just going to give him a second. But
it's
been
long
enough time
that
that
Birdie's
Birdie,
suspicious.
Yeah, now he's a little bit concerned. But yeah, you would hope that the rest of G2 now, they're just going to make a ton of noise, so there's going to be a moment again for Leaf to go forward.
Oh, it's like he's against the Guardian, and he still can't win it out. Too many angles to watch. Birdie benefits from timing there. Slide up onto the side, but he's down to 45.
Look at that, just keeping Valen alive, really heads up play.
Valen might get double swung here, though. No, too slow from Cowanzine. And now Trainer and Valen can play off this comfortably, you would imagine, and buy as much time as they can. There it is.
Almost a lineup, but a great round from Valen there.
In fairness, still, the economy's in an okay spot here for this Loud outfit. The early stages of this round, right? It's a bit chaotic, yeah. It's just that early spot on Luxo.
Yeah, he goes for the opening fight. And I want him to. Hey, sometimes you're going to lose, but if you're Loud, you want Luxo just playing with confidence, taking as many early fights as he can because he's won a lot more than he's lost. It's really just unfortunate, more so than that Darker doesn't get the kill when he goes for the swing through the smoke.
I'm not sure what has got Josh looking so mystified there. It might have been the Baby Bay moment where he, thought he might be punished by reloading, and then he
probably
isn't punished.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would probably be the one.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, I would say. Okay.
Also, even though G2 are in that 4-on-2, they just relax.
Yeah.
They let Leaf work the rest of the map, and then they all go forward. They play together.
Yeah, I mean, just Leaf's presence there means that Verdi can't really assert himself on that side at all. He's going to play off of it. He's always looking over his shoulder. Cowanzine is also playing in mid-connector at the time. He's also looking over his shoulder. Just that lack of knowledge for Loud on that part of the map is what kind of causes him to start to unravel.
Now, the success from Loud has come from being able to control the extremities, like that round where they really kind of funneled G2 into mid because Luxo was up in A main. He gets that kill and teleports away. At the same time, they had multiple players pushed up B main, really playing for the extremity control, put them in position to win that round. When G2 have just been barreling into these B hits, though, Loud have had no answers for it so far.
Here's round number 20, coming out of a Loud timeout. See what the early action has for us. A bit of a mix-up here for G2.
Yeah. And, you look at the Loud comp, they just don't have that level of stall that G2 do, playing with the Vice. Or if, maybe they had a Fade instead of the Sova to have a Seize to be able to throw a choke, something like that. It's just not a ton of stall.
G2 played out of knife range off the rip here, so this could be a fast hit with very little advance warning. Through the smoke we go. Trent going to send the drone. And yeah, High Tide going to give them a way in. So many walls in play now. Jordies, be careful that aren't positioned though. Here's Valen fighting tooth and nail on the site. Cowanzine doesn't want to try and test this right now. He's very much alone, but he might find it timing into Plaza. Leaf is still setting things up, but he's safe for now. And we're into the post plant. A long way away, Loud being forced to rotate in. They had so much emphasis at B. And there's Leaf. Perfect timing. Cowanzine is downed.
Luxo trying to get back in with the operator. That's going to be tough. Probably swapping over to the headhunter after taking a first shot, hoping that a tap could bait someone out. Turns off the Astro Util. He can just stick right now.
They're going to do something about this. Luxo's watching the line.
So close.
I mean, Valen put 2 and 2 together. He realized they had to fully commit with numbers. And that was a sick round for Valen in the end. 4 kills for the captain. And he's good for one of those rounds per game. That one was important though.
It looked like that could have been the first moment where Loud are able to stop one of these fast hits, but even still, Valen just comes through, third man, perfect two-man spray down. That was really nice.
Good catch on that knife. It could have been ugly for G2.
Yeah, I mean, he turns off the grab well, so he could just hard stick, but nope. G2 right back in there.
Here's the price you pay for not being able to win that round out of the timeout. It's got to be a save here for Loud. Starting to build in some decent ultimates. Relay bolt, Verdi. Has the discipline. You cannot say the same for Luxo, though. They were digging deep for that. Can at least find a way to trade it That's not a weapon that can be recovered, though.
Yeah, awkward engagement there with some split ideas.
Oh, Joel! Into the B side, there's no one else here. There was a rifle recovered by Loud elsewhere, but again, G2 find the lightly held site and press on it.
This is going to be a moment, again, where you're wanting Jaw to probably get back hauls or play close, because Darker is likely going to use that Astro Wall to cut off B main. You want everyone from G2 just on site here.
This Reckoning is
that's
so
nice,
punishing.
actually, to supplement Jaw's position.
Yeah, you are going to struggle to swing this and get anything done, so it's going to be waited out. Jaw slides across, and he collects Verdi. Leaves Karazin alone in tower with nothing but the classic, and he will be dealt with eventually as well. G2 once more. Big strides forward to try and take this series 2-0.
And even if all of that didn't work out, you had Baby Bay coming late street for the rewrap. Yeah. These side execs have just been so good for G2.
So many walls, man.
Enemy remaining.
Between the Neon, Harbor,
and
Astra.
It's the layers of util that you can throw down after. Like, they still have the Cove to throw down. They still have, you know, Baby Bay can throw down all of that
Astra
stall
util.
Like,
Yeah.
there's so much, man.
Yeah. This is a very intricate comp with a lot of moving parts, but you get a clean execute like that and can play post plant with all your util. All because Jaw just tore the side apart on his own. You're very happy.
Wall just going to divide that A site. Loud attempting to play in front of the wall, but they can't on account of the grab well.
Karazin spotted out potentially Jaw here, pushing in! He sees feet! In this economy, you better believe he's going to go after him. Birdie and Dark are dealt with. And now 3 left for Loud. They're in awkward positions. Karazin very much out at sea. And the rest of his teammates trying to dash back in, but again, we're dealing with this post-plant util that could be so challenging. Code sprayed through. Valorant can't quite get the plant down. Good intuition there for Karazin. You think he's going to go low, but the Odin's still going to be powerful from that position. He'll still look for a way in. Luke Show anchors the side, sees Trent walk across him. Now at 50 seconds left, it's fallen apart because Karazin has found 3 with the Odin. Leaf wants the timing here, but he's suppressed. 1 is not going to be enough here. A noise cut with 40 seconds in the round, and here's that secret position is still being taken up. He avoids being pinged as well. I think the timing of Luke Show is going to do him in, and okay, Karazin found the spray.
Thought the game was done. I thought the game was absolutely done. Was ready to give my closing comments. I was thinking of the post-game monologue, but hey, we're still going on account of Karazin. With that Odin able to actually break down the Cove. Barely gets the timing to be able to deny the plant onto Fallon. Jaw had such a great 2-piece entry as well. That should have been wraps.
He's starting to heat up, though. That's looking pretty dangerous if this game extends any further.
Yeah, it's going to be a timeout call here from Josh RT. He wants this to be done. You know, it's been a fast day. The first game was quick. Time to get a nice early dinner in if they can close this out now. Have the night to relax.
I think that some of the calls coming into these rounds for G2 have been very good. They've won some pivotal gun rounds. Actually, off just making the correct call on the initial site hit and usually sending Jaw there. He opens it up. It's the weak side of the map. So Jaw only needs to find 1 kill in some cases. They get the B site locked down. They just throw all the util and we're good to go. We've also seen like the group up A main, but with the variation of not getting caught in the 0 point. Feels like avoiding that knife early, trying to starve Loud of information for as long as humanly possible. Get a safe post plant is really important.
So heading into this next round, you're likely going to see Luke Show popping his ult. So that's something that G2 are going to have to be, forward thinking about. Their economy isn't great, so if they lose here the last round, their bye will end up being a little bit awkward as well. But honestly, it still feels like G2 are just more likely to close out the game now. They have just been playing more better rounds. Loud have not had answers to these fast executes. They still lose 2 players. Yep. It is recovered by a monster play from Karazin having that Odin. Out of the timeout, Loud looks like they want to fight very aggro, take this space over towards A.
I'm out of here.
And they have found success with that, keeping this A main control. Jaw is really trying to sell some art presence, getting up close, playing inside of that Cove.
This playthrough mid is big. It's going to allow you to potentially split onto the A site from the defender side of the map, but a huge 0 point.
Yep, everybody in mid spotted there.
Flash used by Barty just to try and re-clear into mid connector. That initial smoke, the cove that was used to get G2 across is now expired as well. Down to 31, that's not what you want to see at all. Barty needs to give a bit of ground here, potentially stall out what could be following this up, which would be a fast B hit. But instead, it's back to the original plan for G2. Get players inserted here, down towards mid-connector.
I could definitely see us ending up in a spot where there's going to be massive pressure on Verdi to be playing from main.
Selling the fake is Valen at B with the high tide committed. 3 players here from Loud come across to the side. Sick mid-rounding, honestly. And now G2 have a soft side here to hit on the A side for the map.
That being said, though, no info on A main. They have to know someone could be here. They're staring at it. Baby Bay was, at least for a moment.
Kawanzine, he's going to get the light on Trent, and he was looking to try and make the plant. But Leaf pushes ahead of it. That's Luke Show out of the game. Kawanzine's still here with the Odin, though. Oh, caught on the run. That's got to be Cook, surely. So much now rests on Verdi's shoulders after a middling series. Got to try and save his team, and it's not to be. It's up to the assistant coach to go 1v4, and that one, you can write it off as well. 13-10 for G2. Finally, getting a dub here in Stage 1, keeping those playoff hopes alive.
It feels good to get a W as well when you won no pistol rounds in that game. They still have 2 dominant map wins. That's crazy. Also, nice to see on that final map that Valen and Leaf come away as the 2 top fragging players on G2. Baby Bay was obviously great this series, but those are the 2 players on G2 that have had the most distinct difference in the stats they were putting up in kickoff into this stage so far, where it didn't feel like Leaf was super comfortable switching over to this smoke roll. Valen hasn't been able to put up the numbers on Harbor just yet, but they are both able to show out there on Pearl. They had some really great hard-hitting executes on G2. They were playing some nice post plants, especially over towards B. Loud had no answers for how they were playing the game. That's got to be a frustrating loss, though, when you're getting the advantage to start every half and they just couldn't capitalize.
And off the top of my head for G2 going forward, it's C9 and Envy to round out this sort of group stage play. For them, I'm not calling this game an inflection point. It's really what they show in playoffs. That gives Josh some runway, though. They just continue to play not a bit, at 80% of their level here, 60%. That's fine. Get yourself to playoffs, and then you can really let the rubber hit the road, figure it out. We're going to head over to Zoe for our Verizon post-match interview.
Welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. G2 getting that dub. Finally, that's what we wanted to see. In hindsight, if you're looking at your schedule though, do you feel like it was maybe a little front-loaded with the hindsight that MIBR and Lev are actually really, really strong this stage?
Yeah, I definitely think that. I mean, we knew that coming into it. You know, they had a lot of time to prep, you know, not making it to Santiago. And like Lev, obviously, the talent on the team is really good. But I think that we made those games really, really close, regardless of the fact that, you know, we didn't have the most time to change to the new meta coming back from, you know, top 4 in Chile. But I think we're getting our stride slowly.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. Valen, quick chat from you as well. We get to see you back on that Harbor comp again. Opinions are split whether or not that's a meta read. Feels like an anti-meta comp, right? To like kind of slow things down. Is this an identity that you guys are fully committed to refining?
Definitely. I mean, Coach Josh put us on this idea of like Harbor being anti-meta along with Lies. I think it made a lot of sense, especially when Waylay was also in meta like earlier in the weeks. It was just a good solve on defense, and on attack you get a lot of unique plays that is only available to you guys or to your team. It's a fun agent. It's really like creative, and I like playing new stuff, so I'm down to always play it. And you saw it on a lot of maps for me. I'm excited for this like new journey, and yeah, I guess I'm the Harbor.
You are the Harbor. I mean, at the moment, do you feel like other players are sleeping on it? Is it a bit of a sleeper pick? Like, is there an actual... Give me the pitch. Give me the Harbor pitch. Why should people pick it up right now?
I think it depends on your team for sure, or your style of play. It's a unique stab at the double controller. It's just really dynamic, and I think people are sleeping on it. Like, you get it's a bit overtuned with how much information you can get on like the ult and the flash too. So it's really fun to play. I have a lot of like unique tech on it. I can still show more, and I'm excited to show more.
We're excited to see it as well, and we're now ready for our match point with our special guests, Jogamo and Baby Bay.
Welcome to Match Point, and the silliest guests we have on the show, Jogamo and Baby Bay.
Hot dog.
Hot dog. Okay, I've got to ask, what's the deal with hot dog?
Yeah, I mean, I brought up this idea of like, you know, in China they say Jiao. And I was saying like, yo, we should just say Jiao. You know, like China is like a lot of our bundle sales. Like, yo, like let's do this. But no, we went with hot dog instead. But hot dog's kind of fire.
Yeah, it's like a let's go, basically.
Yes,
I like that.
Fighting.
I like that. It's great. It's great. All right.
Hot dog.
Hot dog.
It feels
hot dog.
liberating.
Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog.
That's very Americas of you.
Of course. We needed the hot.
Hot dog.
Yeah. We needed to put the dog in the bun.
Hey, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and play a different thing that has nothing to do with hot dogs or buns. We're going to play a game of this or that. The game is simple.
Yippee.
I'm going to give you 2 options, and you choose this or that one.
Easy.
Easy enough?
I don't get it.
All right. You know what? That's tough. That's tough. It's a good thing you can shoot. That's why you're on the team. Okay, first one. First one up. We got Phantom or Vandal. This should be an easy one.
Wait, which one's that?
The first one is this, and the
All right.
Phantom is this, Vandal's that.
Easy.
Yeah, no, I'm on that.
I'm on that.
Oh my God,
that.
I'm on
Yeah.
the
You on
this.
this?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Really?
Okay, I'm a smokes
Yeah.
player. Smokes player.
All right, you got to spam kills. Get all the
Yeah.
spam kills. I get
Yeah.
140 in that entry, and I'm like, yep, we lost a round. My bad, guys. My bad. 140. So it is what it is.
Feeling. 140 is the worst feeling.
It is.
All right, let's move right along. This will be contentious. Neon meta or chamber meta? This is neon meta. Chamber meta is that.
I mean, it was the same meta if we're really thinking about it. It's both.
No.
When
wait,
chamber meta was, we played
Chamber was OP.
Remember, it was chamber and neon. That was like the combo.
okay.
Yeah, but
Fair.
neon wasn't the egregious thing back then. I mean, for you it was. You were the neon,
the goat,
the
man.
legend.
Oh, yeah.
I actually was. I was doing 360s.
Wait, both of them were.
They are
no?
the meta. Wait.
Both of you guys were.
Yeah.
We did our best in it, but dude, with the chamber meta, that had
No,
to be
that was the worst.
That
the
was the
chamber and
best.
Astra meta.
That's my favorite meta. That made people work so
was
hard.
I didn't
Yeah.
like that.
Well, you might have won
know.
a big tournament during that meta, so.
Yeah, you know, that's fair. I was playing Astra. I was
hey.
double sucking people. You know, it is
I was
what it
actually
is.
watching that in the crowd, and I was crying, bro. When they won. I was like, this is amazing.
And now this year you're going to be chamber meta. It's back, and you're going to be the one on the table.
Yeah, bro.
All right, great.
Yeah,
Love
I will pull a max. I will pull a max. I swear. When he did that, I was like, that's cold.
That's fine. That was fine.
That's sweet. All right. How about fracture or split?
Easy.
Oh, which one's what? This?
Which one's
So-
better?
This
is-
Fracture's this.
Oh, man.
Come on, man.
I think it's got to be a that.
No
Yes,
way.
yes.
You guys don't like Fracture?
No, I haven't touched Fracture since 2023.
Whoa,
I'm
whoa,
still
you're-
not gonna.
Don't leak your stuff.
But me personally, none of us played it. The whole it just came back in the
Hey,
pool.
we played it today, Lev.
Oh wow, Lev did play.
Yeah,
it
one
too.
team
Yeah.
has it.
You were
We
like
had a pizza
dominant on
party.
that map with that Sova. You got
You know,
Sova
that's
on
true.
Fracture.
That is
Hey,
true.
Remember
that's
that?
true. That's
Oh,
true.
that
I was
was-
going all the way back, and I was remembering you running into Spawn on attack on the neon.
I know. Yo, that was fire, but I'm on the split wave now.
Yeah,
I
I'm
used to
split too.
hate split. I used to hate split.
What changed?
I don't know. I think it's just a good map now. I think the
Hey.
noggin
Damn, that's crazy.
domain expansion, bro. And I just realized, yo, it's fun playing good maps.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. All right, let's do another one. How about this double duelist or that double controller?
I'm gonna go with this, bro. I like double
It's
duelist.
so
I like the double
fun.
duelist. Fun.
Yeah,
I can't, like, I'm
telling
trying
you.
to cast you guys, and it's
I
like if we're
know.
spectating a neon player, I'm like, we're looking at the floor half
Yep.
the time.
I'm
Like,
looking at the
it's
floor now.
ridiculous.
Sliding around. We don't know what's going on. Joy's flashing somebody. I'm getting flashed by the other person. I don't know what's going on. I'm happy to be alive if I'm inside. That's it.
Actually,
But we prefer the double duelist?
Yeah, I think so.
It's
I
so
like
fun.
it. I like
All
the
right.
pace.
The chaotic is fun.
If we get rid of the judge shotgun stuff, I think
Okay.
it'll be even better. It'll be perfect.
Shotgun nerf?
Yes, please.
Ooh.
Sick of
All
this
right.
stuff,
Need
man.
All right. We'll see. We'll see if that's on the cards in the future. In the future for us, though, we've got games throughout this weekend. Let's check out the current standings first of all. As G2, we've claimed our first win
Got a
there.
first dub. We got one, brother.
Did you guys see?
Hot dog.
Hot dog. Hot dog. How about Lev running away 3-0 on the year? Were you guys expecting that?
Honestly, kind of. We knew they were going to be really good. We had a close game against them, so I mean, yeah, I definitely saw it.
Whatever
coming.
you do not check my predictions today.
I saw them.
You should
I
check.
trust me. I already saw
You
them.
should
You
see.
Or
voted
the board.
Do you see
wrong
the
both
whiteboard?
ways. I saw it.
Do you see the
What?
whiteboard?
What? No.
Birdie.
was
Oh,
That's
she
ridiculous.
had
Wow.
no.
That's
Okay.
It was
It's
really
actually
good.
why we
That's
kicked
fire.
her off the
Yeah,
next
that's why I'm
position.
standing
so, like,
here.
when you do your predictions, like, do you like just wait for everyone else to put theirs in, and then you're like, yeah, I just want to be different? Like,
No.
Or did you pre-fire that?
I wish that's what it was.
I cannot
You
believe that
pre-fired it?
She had the one off.
Envy and Loud won today.
In your heart,
That's
maybe.
not-
In her heart.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
not
We're gonna be back again tomorrow, guys, with 2 more matches. We have FURIA versus Crew. Winner qualifies for playoffs, and after that, NRG versus 100 Thieves. That's gonna be great. This or that, 100 Thieves, NRG. Which one is it? Hold it up. They weren't paying attention. They have no idea. Absolutely no clue. Thanks for watching, everybody. We're going to see you tomorrow. Here's the Samsung OLED Fast Replay. Hot dog!
Fire. Lev versus Envy. Lev looking to get themselves into playoffs with a good win here, but Envy, they're going to look to put their foot in that door and say, not just yet. Oh, the protection, no! Spike takes full advantage of the situation. Poppin gives a shoulder, gives the face away. And Bloom just hits the shot as well. He goes for the short swing. Oh my gosh. What did they eat this morning? Flash for me? Sure. Wait, yep. Leviathan in control the whole time. They get onto him too fast, can't live through that. They absolutely smother Envy with utility. There's just no chance. Sato picks up the 4K, and even he can't believe it. Good new caster. Oh my god, Spike. He was using the medium to long range stinger upgrade, I guess. Oh, Sato, what is that, bro? It's all out the door. Lev's able to capitalize. 3 for blows, and that's going to be a 13th for Leviathan as they take down Envy.
Jumping into a game with two teams, honestly, that have probably raised more questions than answers over the last few weeks, especially in G2's case. There we go, Luke Show starting to hustle his way over towards Seed Long, and what's the timing looking like? Not bad. I think there's still no plant. There's some stall here. The G2 Trent just made a stall. Luke Show has 4 kills on the round. Leaving Valen now with it all to do. We're going to have to start to work up onto this site, though. Valen delivers. That's his second for the round now. Double swing here. Okay, just going to do 1 for 1. Darker a little bit too slow on that snake bite here. Leaf gets around it.
Brody going to try to put that wall up, running with a puck. He close the distance, does so.
Traded out. Valen gets a 3B. Able to get ahead of that Astro U2, but eventually the firing squad emerges, and there's Valen pops G2. Stamp their authority, especially on this second half. Jaw, though, this backstab potential could be nasty. Loud are in trouble. And he swings through the wall here, surely, and Jaw is going to preempt it. Gets through.
Did Luke Show go for the knife through the wall?
I think so.
He did.
Oh, uncomfortable. He's got someone to pick up the line, though. That is spammable, though. There's Luke Shaw emerges with the Hex Hunter.
Turns off the Astro Util. He can just stick right now.
They're going to do something about this. Luke Shaw's watching the line.
He's so close.
13-10 for G2. Finally, getting a dub here in Stage 1